Good morning. Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I am on the line. I called in earlier, but I lost connection. I am here at Oho Encino Chapter House with with Chair Daniel So. We will be getting ready to start here soon. Do we have any members from the Law and Order Committee who are on the line at this time?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair is on the line.
Thank you for being on the line, Vice Chair. As soon as we get either Eugene or Vince on the line, we can go ahead and start. Okay.
Hello, is the meeting on?
We're waiting. We're waiting.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. For those of you who are listening in, we do have myself. I am here at Ojo Encino chapter along with Chair Daniel So, and we do have chapter officials who are here in the room. We are waiting on either Vince James, Delegate Vince James, Delegate Eugene So, or Delegate Edmund Yazzie to join the line so that we can call a quorum and begin this meeting. A text message has been sent out to them, and we haven't gotten a response back yet. Nikita, are you on the line?
Good morning,
Terrell?
Madam Chair. This is Nikita.
Terrell, can you please call Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie and let them know that per the Navajo Nation Code, that they are responsible for being at the Law and Order Committee meeting and that they are not on at the time. And we do have to conduct business on behalf of the Navajo Nation.
Okay, Madam Chair.
We do have a quorum at this time. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is now 10:33 a.m. Today is April 11th, 2022. This is the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, a regular meeting that is scheduled in person and via teleconference. Let's go ahead and begin with a roll call. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, LOC members and everyone listening in on the call. Roll call for Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting via telecommunication, April 11th, 2022, 10 o'clock a.m. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am present from Ojo Encino.
Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Thank you. From Winter Rock, Arizona.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Vince James.
Terrell, Honorable Vince James just now texted me. He said he can hear, but he cannot unmute himself at this time. But he did text to say he is present.
Okay, Honorable Vince James is present via text. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie is present. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Terrell. Since the quorum has been established, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to invocation. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Kyle Augustine from Ojo Encino Chapter, the Secretary Treasurer, if he could go ahead and lead us in prayer this morning with our invocation. Mr. Augustine. Mr. Augustine, Secretary Treasurer for the Ojo Encino chapter, just provided this invocation this morning. Thank you for that prayer. So we'll go ahead and move forward to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I would like to ask at this time, we do have 4 members of the Law and Order Committee who are on the line at this time. Are there any other delegates joining us today?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Delegate Stewart.
So delete that, close everything.
Good morning, Delegate Stewart. Thank you for being on the line.
Yate finish another, this Delegate Begay on the Order Committee.
Good morning, Yate Ben Shanella, Elmer Bigay. Thank you, Delegate Elmer Bigay, for being on the line. Do we have any delegates from the 24th Navajo Nation Council who is on the line at this time who wishes to announce themselves? Delegate Daniel So, Chair So, would you like to announce yourself at this time? Suzanne, thank you for introducing yourself. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and, for those of you who are listening in on the line, allow the chapter officials who are currently here at Ojo Encino to introduce themselves, starting with the president of Ojo Encino.
Good morning, everybody. Appreciate us coming out here. One committee. It's been a long time. So, it's just been out here. So appreciate that coming out and issues out here. Let's get address that. Any members here that are concerned, or it should be addressed before, I hope you take that back and do something for our area and this area of it. Although, there's anything called a hunting, if you don't know, very south of here, it was a coast. But you don't have that, you should be associated. Although, over the thing that we might create, I think you should have this high in the tree. You see, only the Navajo, he doesn't even clear on the side of the east. So it is, like, although we're on top, close to 700 population, which Rogers is. Got the map here, we probably refer back to that. So in that, around 15 people in the chapter house. There was a community post to kind of set that. We don't find regulations on that one. So restrooms are back there, although we have one sanitizer and lights. We'll come ahead and use it. We'll check there. If you need to take those, don't throw it there for you. It's a movie. You need some hand sanitizer, you got some in the package. So you could take some of that. Although we have ventilators here, over there. And if it gets too hot, we'll open the doors, get circulation going. But it is honestly on this numbers. I really pushed that. Early this morning, I think, they kind of 17, because we didn't know how many folks we had. We just like another 15, 20 people. Okay, so other than that, my house, your house, welcome again. The whole thing.
I should have President Warrito. We don't have the vice president here with us of the almost the Warrito chapter of the Ojo Encino chapter. He is currently working, but we do have Secretary Treasurer who did lead us an invocation, but I'll allow him the opportunity, Mr. Kyle Augustine, to introduce himself at this time.
Honorable Charles Newton, we're the largest chapter of Eastern agency in the way that means there was a gun processes the garden smells hot for you hot for you hot for you the way that really for that one together preschool called the garden is one of the world is that it's in New Mexico, where the farthest eastern chapter of Eastern Agency is. Or you got to do that in the better I know where it is. Without this man, for home share, I for Kaido, I don't have any and Trinity, that makes you that I'm Kaido, for home and honorable food, is the base of the unquote for 8 chapters. Out of the cases in that, I did not know anything. The technical question out of the garden standard the concept is data. The very good is data surrounding chapters. higher opportunity assistance. I am listening here. The user that is tested to be caught or here to look out of his our family is the one that is that over the same thing, but all the two family that adores immediately that they've taken time. That both the one that the name is carbon is still there to this day. But our area, the bishop of heart of Hastar area over the same, the goodness time, and the quality court. But our area, other hospitals in there, each not creating there, but it's true. I don't think it's changing it, that's it shape. Other situation time. Even that English is important, other time. So now that I'm thinking, it is what it's needed, and then the should make God or in the what it's in other, what it's in the low or intervene toward it. What the point is another one on them. What the land cycle, I don't put enough on it, I do not know. But mother is frustrated, the medical unstable, though, and now there's young, because I'm so comfortable that interesting. That is our basic, that's the way I look at it. That's been now so feeling that getting now for any understand or find. Doesn't matter not find it, it's only that I'm with people. You just ask for the book for aid, you just ask for aid. That's the way I think. Now, one of the is the now, never put the or climate change is our people. Welcome to
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Augustine. Ado Asha. Shebit ahne in shle a ashlishni bit ahne ashadat. So I guess I could greet you two different ways. We can make that determination here shortly, but I just want you to know that we are related. Ado Ashche Eshichedo. And so, you said you're Kintlachitni. Askin inapasish inigi a Kintlachitni. So you could all, another way to establish that relationship. So Ashaha.
Yeah, Rochelle, Montoya, 2A, yes. You say that maybe that in myself, on the A part of the net amount of society is who I am. I am originally from Untitled Chapter. My name is Rochelle Montoya, I am the president of that chapter. And I am very thankful for everyone who is attending here today, especially dear Charles for making the journey out to our community. I really appreciate that. I had hoped to see more delegates out here so that they could actually see and feel how far we are from Crown Point, New Mexico, which is the nearest police department of the Navajo Nation. I appreciate that you are on the call and that you are hosting you're letting host the meeting here. We have many issues that we hope to discuss here on the agenda, and I just want to say I appreciate you for being here. You do not so cool.
Thank you so much, Ms. Montoya. It's really good to see you, Shada. And so I just want to say that we normally have our committee present during these meetings. Today, Senator Kristen Sinema from Arizona, she's going to be at Twin Arrows to meet with the Arizona delegates. So at this time, we do have Vice Chair Otto So, Delegate Vince James, and Delegate Eugene So, who are going to be in attendance over there to talk about the issues that they have in their communities. And so normally they are here sitting with us. So I apologize at this time. It was a last minute decision on Senator Sinema's office, to come out to Navajo. And so she did invite me to come out. Her team actually invited me personally to come out, but I said I already committed to coming here to OHO. So I'm here today representing the Law and Order Committee. So I just want to say thank you very much. Do we have any other chapter officials who are present?
Audio. Eugene So is here.
Honorable Eugene So for being on the line. We'll go ahead and make sure that you are, Sherelle, if you could fix the roll call to recognize that Honorable Eugene So is on the line. We do have Mario Atencio, who is here with us, but we don't see him. He was here earlier. He is a chapter official. Oh, here he is. You can go ahead and just introduce yourself.
So, Chair, I'm being told, all members of the Law and Order Committee. I used to sit on the I said, I'm kids. It's in the snap of the TV, was to that's two of us. No, there's the application already. Vice President, and this is our three. How do you secure everything? My answer is very important. The only took the board of the very, very important issue. So I think I don't say that you want to
Thank you, Vice President Atencio, for being here at the OHO Encino chapter. So with that, I'm going to ask one more time, do we have any other delegates who are on the line right now? We have Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Elmer Begay, and then Chair Daniel So, who is present here at the OHO Encino chapter. Do we have any other delegates who have joined the line? Not hearing anything. I'd like to ask, do we have anybody from Speaker Seth Damon's office on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant with Office of the Speaker, and I'm on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Just an FYI, we can barely hear you. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who can barely hear you. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I do believe that Lawyer Henderson is also on the line, and I will let her introduce herself. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everyone. I'm Lawyer Henderson with Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Henderson, and good morning, Ms. Bobroff. Thank you both for being on the line. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Services besides or aside from Lorraine and also Sherelle on the line?
To severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms are stopping you in your tracks? Choose Stelara.
Not hearing anything. I want to remind everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute. You just look down at your phone, make sure that the mute button is highlighted or it's lighted up. You could do the same thing on your screen. On the bottom left-hand side of the screen, there's a mute button. If you could make sure that you're on mute. Do we have anybody from the judicial branch on the line?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee and OHO Encino community. This is Karen Francis from Office of the Chief Justice.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. Thank you for being on the line. Do we have anybody here on the line from the Office of the President and the Vice President?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for being on the line. Do we have anybody from the Chief Prosecutor's Office on the line? Do we have anybody from the Prosecutor's Office on the line? Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can you go ahead and make sure that we get the Prosecutor's Office on the line to hear the report that's going to be provided to us by OHO and Encino? Do we have anybody from Division of Public Safety on the line? Do we have anybody from the Division of Public Safety on the line? Lorraine, can you please reach out to Director Delmar to make sure that we have criminal investigations and also law enforcement on the line? Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and the chapter. This is Desiree Deschini with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Ms. Deschini. Thank you for being on the line with us today. Do we have anybody else on the line who wishes to announce themselves at this time?
This is Steve Edsity from the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. I've been on the line since about 10:15.
Good morning, Mr. Edsity. Thank you for joining us on the line here today. Are there anybody else? Is there anybody else on the line who wishes to announce themselves at this time?
The Erling Henderson Inche, Pablo Bentado, President. Good morning, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and all the Law and Order Committee, Council Delegate, all the Navajo Nation employee. And I just want to introduce myself. Kintlachini Chlona nicht Elfashin, Tanapatli Ada Shachido, na Kaidnation Leader. Yeah, one social need the house of Saint Olive.
Oh, yeah, Ben President Henderson. Thank you for being on the line with us. Is there anybody else who is currently on the line who wishes to introduce themselves at this time?
This is Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, Ben Chanela, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Thank you for being on the line with us here this morning. So with that, committee members and also chapter officials, we do have other delegates on the line. We have a total of 9 delegates who are listening in at this time to hear the report that will be provided from the chapter officials and the surrounding chapters regarding the police substation in Eastern Navajo chapter and other concerns related to public safety. So we do appreciate all of the delegates being on the line. We also have our Chief Legislative Counsel and our attorney, Ms. Henderson, who is on the line as well. From the Judicial Branch, Karen Francis and Steve Edsity. From the Office of the President and Vice President, Tamara Johnson. From the Department of Justice, Desiree Deschini. We do have presently on the line. Do we have anybody from Division of Public Safety on the line?
Good morning. This is Dr. Gray Eyes with Public Safety. I had to use a different phone because I couldn't unmute myself. So I'm here. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Gray Eyes. Thank you for being on the line. Dr. Gray Eyes is the Director for Detention. So she oversees the detention across the Navajo Nation or the correctional facilities. Do we have anybody else from Division of Public Safety on the line? There's a possibility that they can't unmute themselves. I know a lot of people are experiencing problems with that, Lorraine. So make sure that we do have somebody from Division of Public Safety on the line from criminal investigations and then also from law enforcement. And we also need the prosecutor on the line as well. Lorraine, can you go ahead and introduce yourself since you are here with the committee?
Yeah, it's Bennett. Shea, Lorraine Spencer, and Chia, Sir Jennings, the Kosabashi, Jean, and Nahani, that's Nanado, Kiani, that's Jane. San Shino. I work with the Law and Order Committee as legislative advisor. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a little information. Madam Chair, it's
Oh, Shaja, Kailanda.
So, good, if anybody's going to Twin Arrows today, they might close it because of the wind. 20 years I know that, so they might close it up. Anybody wants to go, they have to go early before they close it. Thank you.
Shaja. So those who are meeting Senator Cinema at Twin Arrows, you may want to get there early. Thank you for the announcement, Shaja. So with that, we'll go ahead and move forward to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting through telecommunication, April 11th, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Junior Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Otto So, Vice Chairperson. Location, Ojo Encino Chapter House, Ojo Encino, New Mexico. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's 1 journal for March 28, 2022. 5, receive reports. A, report from Ojo Encino Chapter officials and surrounding chapters in regards to police substation for Eastern Navajo chapters and other concerns relating to public safety. 6, old business none. 7, new business. Legislation number 0040-22. B, legislation number 0055-22. C, legislation number 0065-22. D, legislation number 0071-22. E, legislation number correction there, it's supposed to be 0072-22. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second at this time to adopt the agenda? Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion that is before us at this time. Are there any amendments or any questions or comments regarding the agenda? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Green. Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Honorable Otto So did text. He said he votes green for the agenda.
Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, the agenda has been set, and we do have agenda before us at this time, colleagues. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, review and adopt the journals. We do have one journal, March 28th, 2022, that needs to be put into the record. Can I get a motion and a second to adopt the journal?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second? Second made by Honorable Eugene So. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments regarding the journal for March 28th, 2022? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
For March 28th, 2022.
Yes, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Otto So not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So committee members, I did check my text message to see if Vice Chair Otto So voted on the journals. I did not receive a text. So with that, we have 0 opposed, 2 not voting. So the March 28, 2022 journal is hereby accepted. Now we are at item number 5, receiving reports. We do have the Ojo Encino chapter officials who are present, ready to provide a report regarding the police substation, the Eastern Navajo chapters, and issues that are related to public safety, as well as the surrounding chapters. So with that, committee members, can I get a motion and a second to hear this report?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second? Second made by Honorable Eugene So. Thank you, both committee members. So let me go ahead and chapter officials, let me explain the procedure. This procedure is actually written in the code. So we have to make sure that we abide by what the code states. So you will have, we'll give you 20 minutes to provide your information. You can call up to, 2 or 3 agents in this case, since there are many of you chapters who are presenting on issues regarding public safety and justice. We can go ahead and extend the floor to all of the chapter officials at this time. Upon completion of your report, just let us know that you're done. And at that point, it will be transferred to the delegates who are on the line and those who are on Law and Order Committee to ask questions based on the report that you provided. Some of the questions that we ask, it may give you guys, obviously it's going to give you guys more time to be able to present more information during that time. So don't feel like you got to get everything in within that 20 minutes. We just want to kind of hear the highlighted issues of what's going on here in Ojo Encino, what's going on in Pueblo Pintada, what's going on in Torreon, and then also what's going on in Counselor. So with that, during this time, I'm going to ask everybody who is on the line to please make sure your phone is on mute. If your phone is not muted, we will hang up on you and you will be required to call back in again. So please make sure that your phone is on mute. When your phone is not on mute, you interrupt the business of the Navajo Nation, of the Navajo people. So again, we will ask you at this time to make sure your phone is on mute. Are there any questions regarding the procedure before we begin, chapter officials? Did you have a question?
No question.
No. Okay. All right, no questions at this time, so we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the chapter officials at this time. And again, this is a report from Ojo Encino chapter officials and surrounding chapters regarding the police substation for Eastern Navajo chapter and other concerns relating to public safety. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over here at this time to President Mr. Warito, President of the Ojo Encino chapter. And again, you can share your time with the other chapter officials who are here in the room with you and who are on the call. So with that, Mr. Warito, the time is yours.
You're welcome home. Not happy. Okay, I just again thank you for all being here, people online. We'll begin with the prayer. Please, I appreciate the people here to really talk to us about the situation that we have out here. The many dreams of them. We need to feel things. We need to see things. If you got to use how they you got to use how to know things. As Navajos, we have to see it, we have to feel it to understand. Some of that situation we have to be there. Because really, I thought the situation that we have here. It's all the community at way out there at the east end of the Navajo Nation. I'll talk a look at the people out here watching the listening now. East end of the Navajo Nation. Really out there. All this is come to bring out the counselors that I have elected counselors. In recent years, about 3 or 4 years, we have a large development of old gas development in that area. Development started. And it continued to go on. Now, coming this way, because the whole thing is going on. So, in much all day you can really care in God's mission. We call all death. And then you know how it is. People come up coming in. They start really violent. They start really violent. They don't abide by the law that's in the community. They have so all of this is coming from the physical Johnson.
Oh.
So every mention of this change itself. There's no enforcement in the Navajo Nation in this area. One year, 4 years, just a higher India for now. Went through the whole training and all that. I just stationed with India. First thing Navajo Nation did, they took a lot of relocated the back to Navajo Nation relationship. So that some of those issues are coming up. But again, going back to the role that we have in the council area and our community. There's really no Some of those are some of the things we have at one time, we proposed five chapters, last year, over to October, about that. And through that, we were talking about, maybe going to the law session. But, I don't know, the Lord or other, they can come and get it done. And then the county commission, the county, Manpower county, they sure other option, they come up to have an innovation space, one innovation that can be translated. And that's really the whole kind of public safety, because that is again interesting. I wish to be the council community, other programs, you can see what they're talking, other programs. Also, so what kind of of course, we're all of course. So we're kind of in the area of organization. So there's no argument. And we're looking but again, when they were born, about 65 miles, not here. So take them to the law, so actually you don't have issues here. Now, Cuba, the whole thing is and sometimes it's not going to be those, but in the case, because we live in the nation, people will come and take over. So this is done now. But again, a lot of so a lot of outside people that come in here, really understand what's going on. Especially trucks, those are some of the areas that the whole community look at this and understand.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, Suzanne, Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. Okay. Lorraine? I'll go ahead and hold up the phone to the speaker. Hopefully the microphone won't interfere with that, but I apologize. I brought my phone closer hoping that it would catch. The microphone is on. Which one is it on? Can you hear it?
Question 1, 2.
That is, thank you.
Question 1, 2.
Okay, I'll just put my phone right here. How's that?
Ocean, Kuzubani.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, is that the committee needs to understand that we're in a situation, you know where we're at, that we're comparing to where Crown Point is, the distance from Crown Point to here to substation. So we're really talking about putting a substation within this area. And then again, working with the county sheriff's department and also the state police, if we can somehow do it cross commission, we can go to Senegal County. They're willing to come out here. We vote for the sheriff. We put him in office. So he's willing to come out and help us again with the jurisdiction issues. It comes up the same with the state police. Kyle. Then I'll go to Mario.
Jana so con ben sa na to without you can't now it's mostly containing to the safety issue so how long can when you call in for a Navajo PD respond easily. Then you don't get no response from Crown Point. Then mostly like in an incident that happened way up there by other than that, I think it was during first night and they called the Navajo PD. That's the target of the law. And I always tell them the same thing I tell EMS. By now, you guys should know where everybody lives. You guys should know every community. Navajo PD, no seni asonde. The neb kid in it he put it on a map. What out in his house and quail holia. Even never not on it, as an official, you should know where everybody lives. What a Navajo PD is then. Cordon State, those sheriff, an incident happened down here at the school where a young child got a BB gun or something like that, a pellet gun that's in town. Navajo PD was called. We can't make it out. So the state police was called. They came out. Report me and our school principal. It's not our jurisdiction. Sheriff don't need principal. Report it's not our jurisdiction. We can't do a report and hit on him. So what's that? But she tried to reach out to the Navajo PD. About a month later, they respond. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. That's easy. Not to be mean or rude, but that's kind of not in a good situation we were in. Because anything that is brought to school considered as a weapon is a weapon. So what is the way the gun is snatched is a yego sa out out it is the so young generation had ising a con olia as granny master easy to yosh so none years that a person marijuana is legalized in the state of New Mexico. What in this name governor has it out the Nayan cities on hand cities of Hila. At Lad Apple, I seen it out the net Zeolanchi or let it change it. So in a way, the kind of snares on the way to button Javash a whole year, the 4-way intersections now that be teen in Leo Yache. It's a year got that what is now not doubt it be. There was a man that was murdered right there at the 4-way intersection, which the Navajo PD didn't came out. state had to come out. The sheriff had to come out. What else? I don't know what. You see vehicles that drive there by the road don't even stop to help this thing. I just wasn't illegal. Hard with me. Really not on in the quiet, nearly quiet letter, near our one isla. And I added, oh, you know, that's it. So those kind of issues, what from the way Tony Orange the call no, what the Hashin's out of this is in the way and other in his told how long it would have echo. But on it has Ashen and Arno Senegal. It's really frustrating. What out alleged it that the no told the love of Kahanam. I could not Anya Halit out of it not either. He hit at me. Is the area in hit it using not Annie clinic. I let out on hobby not either. I let out of a yes hit and hit it. By yes hit this me. Every time that Ena will in. I don't hit East either. Oh, chin. I what it's in. So what an unknown alien hands that case the quacho. The 3 chapters. I saw on the way, Mr. Waiter, and then it out here, not as Baho, before I even came on as an official. As now, was the on the city horse. What out and he has Ashland are not sending. So we really need the safety out here. Look at his own his own niche. So what out is have been his house and the power not sending. Hard to see it over on his hotel grass. Hard to see it has seen it and he on his eat or his knee. What I his eat. But none of the bunny can't disney. Even now, we really need that public safety out here. And we really need the support and the guidance to come out here. The way Sandoval, would need it. I saw it out there, and piece. And that's why I used to he start. That's the way I look at the county, the state. And that, but you know, you the Nagi, Nasha Wheatland. So you start. I wasn't and don't have to see it or not on it. What go had to see it. Origin. What I hunt the case. Even that's a hunt soda. I knew that it need that's insane. What I did need to it now to hashing was in. But you had to keep on saying stuff or what I did not see. What that isn't I hope you heard our concerns and our needs and something needs to be done. What is all this and that? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll try to do this in record time. I'm going to be citing a report. I can't find the title. It's online. It's done by a Massachusetts firm that did an assessment on Navajo Nation PD, and it says because the staffing levels recommended by the consultants on that in that report said that Navajo Nation is only at half of what was probably considered, and thus that substations are considered not feasible because of the staffing shortage issues, the staffing issues. This information is very core. This has never been communicated into anyone. We've had a PD community forum happen at Torion Star Lake Chapter or Torion Star Lake Day School, not in the James Oscott, and none of this was ever presented. And so it just seems like there's sandbagging in the community. They basically filibustered the whole meeting and allowed us maybe like 10 minutes to speak. Pretty sneaky. Next, police shortages is causing instances where emergency first responders, especially volunteer fire departments, are waiting hours and for PD to arrive to clear the scene. One person, in one instance, a person succumbed to their injuries because the PD was waiting for PD to come on site. Very important. That's traumatic for our first responders to be, forced to sit on the sidelines while waiting for PD to come and clear, because so many times these instances where injuries are pretty dangerous. And so all of this, and you heard some of the testimony today, is core to the PL 93638 contract that PD has, I think, to provide just basic safety and service. I think right here, through everything I've experienced in the past few years, that PD is completely failing in that federal contract to provide service to people in Torion Star Lake Chapter. And so with that, I personally do support Honorable Daniel So's call for a performance audit of Navajo Nation Police Department, or DPS, especially the Crown Point Field Office. So that's something I really want to underscore. Lastly, executive order from Attorney General regarding violence in Indian country, the latest executive order that happened. There's deep inside the order, it talks about tribal community response plan. Do beseech the committee to have, I think I just seen one, they just had it at Twin Arrows last week while you guys were the Nabi, when you guys were on the Nabi. They had another meeting, and that was very, very disappointing. There needs to be, in these tribal community response plan, United States Attorney's Office, the FBI, state, county, Navajo Nation PD all need to come together and discuss this. And I had a long ancestral story about this, but I'll leave that for the future. But with that, I want to give the mic over to my president. Thank you.
Yeah, has it to yeah, no, not a nostril. The A. Rochelle Montoya Chi, not it, not Neil Jean, Torian Starlight Chapter President. My observation, I'm 45 years old. On the Siya Kodo, not Neil Jean. Dishiyaho Ada, Shazado, Shade, Shamasan, Shamayazadan Law, A. Konat Anin Datle. Put out the Yayada. Could the Ashoden Chikaose Ashode no the Okanko. Like I said, I'm 45. But then, other than Atondi, Aida, Adinta Kurinda, Bayadal hit. And he did not Arehone Kai. So, the response time, Miki Al, you say, Benina Aya Kudisa and Handot after the Crown Point, don't lay not nail jeans, an hour and 15 minutes. Out on the Ohon Torion, the Ohon Sino J. Another 30 to 45 minutes, maybe 45 minutes because of the road that we have that comes into Ohon Sino community. And these officers do not travel on dirt roads. They do not know the shortcut because they can go from the Pueblo Pintado through Star Lake to come here to Ojo Encino and shorten that time by an hour, but they don't know that. The forum Bansi Kaya da all with us. Oh, you on we had the lieutenant, we had different people from police department in Crown Point, we had the New Mexico Navajo Nation Rangers, animal control, and all we heard was, "There's not enough of us. Stop being mad at us." How many years have we been a Navajo Nation? How many more years are we going to be in this situation? Out of the cross training earlier between Sandoval County deputy. And unfortunately, it's the same way with Navajo Nation PD. That's the attitude that we receive out here. I only mentioned Sandoval County, but not Jean. Torion Star Lake Chapter also has McKinley County that is in our community. We have absolutely no communication with McKinley County, whether it be police, fire and rescue, or roads. Government to government relationship from Navajo Nation to the McKinley County. Although I know that the Navajo Nation Rangers and Animal Control is not under this committee, but please express our concerns to your fellow council delegates that are on the committee for that for those two entities. As mentioned before, we are at the most eastern part of the Navajo Nation, and when they steal our horses, they go straight into state land, federal land, and we don't see our horses anymore. On shift, we are our own investigators, we are our own detectives, and we are our own people that go out there to Texas to retrieve our horses at times. Aroti earlier, like I said, Shaja, official not listened, and I recovered a document in his stuff. My dad has passed on for about a year now. And I was going through his things and I discovered a document, and they're written in 1982 when he was the chapter secretary. And it talked about the history of our chapter and our community. And in that document, I read that they were trying to get a substation at that time. 1982. And it's 2022 now. So our business today case Honorable Law and Order Committee. Yeah.
It was mentioned, for your information, we are sitting in McKinley County right now. You go 2 miles, you're in Sandoval County. I work in McKinley County. I live in Sandoval County. You call this work? I'm just kidding. Mr. Johnny Johnson, he's our Eastern Outreach Agency chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. He really, it's God's country. David Lee, God's country. But this is it. We have some folks from the community. Maybe they want to go ahead and make a comment. Marcella? No? Oh, okay. Well, maybe Mr. So can go ahead.
Formality. I apologize. Committee members, the Encino chapter officials have reached for 20 minutes. I would like to extend an additional 5 minutes to Chair Daniel So. Are there any objections at this time? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and hand the microphone over to Chair Daniel So. Chair So.
Yeah, well, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, Law and Order Committee, thank you for your quiet acceptance of the request. Okay. I'd like to basically summarize some of the work. Number one, the cross-deputization is a recent action. And for us, and then the other is the appointment of a chief prosecutor. So those are some things that occurred recently. And as an aspect, there was a shooting in the Mountain View community area of Torreon Starlake chapter. A young man shot into vehicles, occupied residences. There was a call out for police, and the police didn't come for several days, and then it was handed over. And we didn't know it, but there was an investigation. In the meantime, I was getting requests from community members. So I reached out to Sandoval County, and they said we could do it, investigate, but we need permission. So what I'm seeing is cross-deputization for Sandoval County to come into the chapter area. Regardless of county, they need permission from public safety, a director or the police chief, and in some cases, the prosecutor. So those are some things that really hamper what is normally called public safety. But then when a crime occurs, then we need police protection. We need investigation. We need prosecution. And so those are some things that we continue to deal with. In the recent visit to Washington, D.C., back in the early 90s, there was a drug enforcement task force. And I've been calling for that reformation of that drug enforcement task force. So when Honorable Charles Newton arranged for a meeting with Justice Services within the Department of Interior, we again emphasize Justice Services to participate in that drug task force. Chiche, Kyle Augustine referred to it. We have a methamphetamine, a fentanyl usage and increase, and we're really need help in that area. Right now, I have knowledge of 12 homicides. And so far, we don't know if there was even any follow-up. And in fact, in the weekend's news, plane crashed not even 8 miles from here, between here and Counselor. The police calls to Navajo Nation didn't result in Navajo police public safety coming out. It was the state police. There was one fatality and one that is in critical condition at a hospital. So those are some things that really puts emphasis on the fact that we need law enforcement here. And again, over here, people are taught to dial 911. So the 911 call center exists somewhere over in Rio Rancho, about an hour, 15 minutes away from here. So those calls go over there, and then they can be referred to the FBI, state police, the county sheriff, and they don't automatically go to the Navajo Nation Police Department. So those calls aren't part of the record of Navajo Nation public safety. It is only when these calls go straight to the district offices from the bordering chapters here, that's when it's documented. But those other calls, where there is domestic violence, there is other assault and battery aspects, go to 911. So in those cases, and the reason that I requested Law and Order Committee to meet in one of these areas was Honorable Charles Newton showed me one page out of a planning document, a document that said there's a call for police substation. And the police substation, we never even knew there was a planning document, and it called for a substation at Pueblo Pintado. And I just requested that Law and Order Committee meet here because we never heard that public safety was going to conduct a survey. We never heard that they put a plan together to put a substation at Pueblo Pintado. Yet, population on the edge here. would more than justify our call for public safety substation in the area. Again, because of the checkerboard area. This plane that I referred to that crashed, it was on tribal trust lands. And Navajo Nation police should have been first on the spot. And so that's the part that we really, really wish to be able to have a say-so. And again, the other President Manpower Chief talked about the public safety forum. And we attended that at Torium, Nutmeg General School. And the public safety people came in and they kind of just said, this is the way it is. And my first comment to them was, hey man, you're talking to us like you're conducting a traffic stop. And that can't be that way. You're here to hear from the community. And so that basically kind of changed the tone of the meeting, but we still feel like those aspects of public safety, protection, those things really still need to be expanded in the area. We do have a great need. And just because the land status is different doesn't mean Navajo police don't serve us. There was a question to Attorney General. 638 contract services. 638 contract services for public safety, judicial services, social services, health, behavioral health, mental health services. It goes to every Navajo. Public safety, it goes to the Navajo people regardless of land status. When is our, as Honorable Amber Crotty refers to Window Rock, when is the mother government going to realize that they have a responsibility to provide public safety to every resident within the jurisdictional territory of the Navajo Nation. And that's what we're asking for. In those aspects, and the media good, he got the base, the hormone, so we should the orthodox. Ale, oh, hotel. Asto, ajo, Ale, oh. That's a thing. Needy, the nada. But age, so quacky age, I can see a large police, public safety director, police chief, district captain, lieutenant of the Navy. We really need that expansion of public safety to the very places that we're talking to. The other is we talked to Governor Lujan Grisham. There is lack of police protection. Navajo people are registered voters of New Mexico. You have a duty to provide public safety to us. There's a new document, cross-deputization. We can get the state police to also provide patrol services. So at that time, she says, let's use poetry rate as an example. How do we best produce that public safety by the state police? How we can expand it to other areas of the state of New Mexico, for in the northwest part of the state of New Mexico. So those are some things that will carry forward. But I really ask the Law and Order Committee to have us really look at the statistics regarding the need. This other planning document that was, I don't know when it was devised, we have new people, our relatives, have come back into the area, and our numbers have increased as far as population. And so that is why I'm asking Law and Order Committee to have us be a participant in this planning of a police substation. Traditional Honorable Chair Charles Newton. April 11th. We heard cinema was going to be over there in Twin Arrows. We text each other. It's too late to reschedule. I don't want to leave everybody hanging over here. Based on that, that's how come we're here in person. I hope I put it in a form that we all realize that the real need exists here. Again, not even 9 miles from here is state and federal land. At Toriel, not even far, not even 7 miles away, there's a bar and a highway that comes right by that bar that goes straight through Toriel. So that accessibility for alcohol, methamphetamine, fentanyl is just so easily accessible. And again, we come to the point where our people, they put gates at their driveways. The people, they instruct each other, don't go out after dark. Don't stop for anybody. Just go straight home. Because as my Chase said, that we don't know who they are, but we understand that they do cause problems when you try to help, and there might be somebody over the hill to actually take money away, take belongings away from the ones that are trying to help. And then they go take it to get monies for the alcohol, the drugs, and the other related matters. So, and the other thing is, because of all these actions, our young people are carrying blocks. Our young people are carrying combat and assault weapons.
Is she still out
They
there?
even have
You just
black
left.
jackets.
Okay,
They even have night vision scopes. And I don't know why they're doing it. because why would you want to carry that against your own people? Honorable members of the Law and Order Committee and to the other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We know that after this report is received, you will be the sponsor of legislations that will go through the Law and Order Committee. Kunde kwaki oyo sato sa doya shonigi be ni tatum tasi nalunte kodo e yat ehiki baton nesigi e ya saton hini ke yat eho e ya kwaki ni di salaugi ni ke the days in dole khata halya dole to ni what are e sato be hasti dole ero sidne snand I
Yeah, Shaja, I hope that everybody can still hear me. I put my phone as close as I can to the speaker. We just got done hearing the report from the Ojo Encino chapter and then also Chair Daniel So regarding the public safety facility building. So I wrote on the board right now what we have been explaining to the chapters who have come out. And I apologize, I've got my reading glasses on, so I can't really see out there. If I put my other glasses on, I can't really see up here. So if you just jump up and down and I'll see you if you have any questions. But let me explain where we're at right now in terms of public safety and justice, and then also the facility replacement. Chair Daniel So we did inform him that Pueblo Pintada is on the list for receiving a substation. At this point, there are 15 rural communities that have been identified. I want to recognize that we have Chief Daryl Noon, who is on the call. Chief Noon, if you give me the opportunity to kind of explain what I have here on the board, then I'll call upon you to explain a little bit about the cross commission. And then hopefully we'll be able to explain to the community, what work has been done, and then also what work still needs to be done. So number one, I will say that we started building momentum in 2019. We headed out to Washington D.C. We started having these conversations about what needs to happen, and then, of course, right when we started having that conversation in January or February of 2020, I was in Washington, D.C. when COVID hit the East Coast. And I remember we were at a Tribal Interior Budget Council meeting. It was a Wednesday when they gathered all of the tribal leaders together and they said, there's this illness happening. You guys need to go home. And so we, nobody knew what COVID was. Nobody knew what was happening. The streets of Washington, D.C. there was nobody on the streets. There was nobody in the stores. We didn't know what was happening. So I was there at that time. And then we came back and we started having this discussion right here. And that's why I put it out on the board. Actually, it's changed since that time. But let me explain it to you. So number one, whenever a facility for public safety and justice is going to be built, it has to go through the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services. And they put it on what they call their facility replacement listing. It takes 6 months to 5 years to get a facility on this listing. It's not easy. The reason it's not easy is because they go back to the data. And everything that we do, when we ask for money, we're always told, what is your data? So what we did is we started compiling our data. First is call for services. So that's when you pick up your telephone and you call to the police department and you say, hey, we need a police officer over here. This is what's happening. That's a call for service. Then it follows with an arrest. So there's this number that's provided, and then there's an arrest number that's provided. Because not all times when somebody calls for a police, there's not always an arrest made. Because what we often hear, and I say we because I was a prosecutor for 2 years, I heard, police officers telling the same story where they would respond to somebody and they would say, "It's okay. I don't want so-and-so to go to jail. Abiga, thank you for coming out." So even though that call for service was made where somebody said, "Hey, we need a police officer over here," the officer goes over to do an arrest. You always have family member that always says, "No, I don't want that. Don't arrest him. We just wanted you to come over here to scare them." We have a lot of our Navajo people, a lot of our Navajo elders who say that. "Don't arrest my son. Don't arrest my daughter. Don't arrest my grandkids. I just wanted you guys to scare them." And so the officers have to explain, that's not what we're here for. We're not here to scare people. We're here because you guys called. We're here to make an arrest. If that arrest happens, they're taken to detention. And then that number, for the number of people who go through detention, that number is also recorded. If that person goes through detention, I'm going to remove my mask. I hope you guys don't mind. It's kind of hard to speak in a mask, and then I apologize. I'm vaccinated, and I did take my COVID testing this morning before I came out here because, COVID is really big there in DC. I'm negative. I took it when I came back, and then I took it again this morning. So right now, so what happens is when a person is arrested and they go through detention, that number it's recorded. If they stay in detention, that usually means that the prosecutor was contacted, and the prosecutor says, "Yeah, there's enough facts in that report when that call for service was made and the officer went to arrest that individual. There is enough facts for the prosecutor to file charges." And then if those charges go through, it goes through the judicial branch. So when we're talking about collecting data, all of this data right here is what we've been collecting for the last 3 years. And it has not been done before. So we just started collecting data like in 2016. And the reason for that is because there was we didn't have anything in place. Before 2016, we could do the call for service, and we could do, we could kind of get a good number, but really there was not one set, data that was being reported. And that was a problem. And so this data is what BIA, Office of Justice Service, is what they ask for. So when we're talking about the replacement facility, you have to think of two things. You have to think, okay, the replacement listing is to build the facility. And what Navajo has been saying is, it's okay, we can build the facility. That's not a problem. Where we run into a problem is the operations and maintenance, because that's usually 3 times the cost of building that facility. So if a facility is $50 million to build, it's going to be $150 million over that lifetime to keep that building in good shape. And anybody can build a building. It's keeping it maintained. It's making sure that it's taken care of. And that is a separate amount. They don't put these two together. So that's what we ran into when we came into Law and Order Committee, was BIA was saying, yeah, we can put it on that listing, but there's no guarantee it's going to be built, and then there's no guarantee that we're going to cover operations and maintenance. And then in January of 2020, BIA reported to us at a work session that was held on public safety and justice that around 40% of the operations and maintenance could be covered. That means 60% of the operations and maintenance is not covered. So what we asked is, how can we get that covered? is it a Navajo Nation responsibility, or should we pass that on to the chapters? Because we have some chapters that are saying we need this building right away. So we're saying, okay, yeah, we're going to help you, but this is where we get stuck right now is operations and maintenance. And so all of the funding that comes down from Congress, it goes to the BIA. A certain percentage gets split up. And that certain percentage of money goes into replacement listings, and it goes into operations and maintenance. It goes into 105. At least there's so many different categories that BIA has to put money into these categories. And then basically what they come back is they say, this is what we have. And I always say, I use this analogy. I'm semi-young, but I use this analogy. How many of you guys have watched the movie Friday? The older people don't want to admit it. Do you remember that part in the movie where Smokey or the mom gives that dollar bill to Smokey and she says, go buy me a pack of cigarettes? And he looks at that dollar and he says, this isn't enough. And she says, well, go make it enough. Do you remember that? That's BIA telling the Navajo Nation, giving them $1 and saying, go make it enough. So that's what, when we came in as the 24th Navajo Nation Council, it took me as chairwoman some time to put all of this information together and to be able to present it right now to the people in the way that it looks right now. So right now, when we're talking about the facility replacement, I will tell you that the substations, the 15 substations that we're proposing, not one of them is on this facility replacement. There's only 2 facilities that have been identified that are on that facility replacement. Number 1 is Winter Rock, because that police department has shut down completely. Number 2 is Shiprock, because that police department has shut down completely. Both of those facilities, prior to me becoming a council delegate, they were already put on that list. So what we're trying to do, and why Law and Order Committee, why we went to Washington, D.C. last week, and then, a few months before, is to say, BIA, we have some more communities that need substations. So we're fighting right now to get Delcon, Pinon, Pueblo Pintada, La Chi, all of these 15 communities that have been identified based on the data that has been provided to us. We can make that argument and we can say we have the data. These communities, they need this substation right away. So right now, we've given them a list of the places that need this substation. And then we've also given them a list of all of the other projects from public safety and justice that need facility replacement and that also need operations and maintenance. So right now, when we're talking about replacement listing, we're also talking about operations and maintenance. Mr. Atencio, Vice President, brought up a point. He said he read a consulting document that said, even if we build these substations, we don't have the manpower. Number one, the Law and Order Committee has not read that consulting document. We did not know that there was a consultant that was hired to put together information on behalf of public safety. Chief Noon, we sat down with him a month ago and he brought it up and he said, oh yeah, hey, there's this document. So we said, send it to us. We need to see it. So he's going to be sending that to us, but to date, I haven't received that document. So I apologize, Mr. Atencio. I have no idea what that document states, but I will tell you, when we're talking about facility replacement, you are correct in that we have to look at manpower. That's where BIA comes back and they'll say, your data has to support your listing, your facility listing, and what about your manpower? We have right now, hold on. Right now, we do have a 638 contract right now that funds all of our police officers. This 630A contract is a contract that's between the United States of America and tribes. So tribes across Indian country, we have 630A contracts for different types of services. Services like public safety and justice. We also have a 630A contract with Indian Health Services. We have 630A contract with education, so our Bureau of Indian Affairs, our Indian education. We have 630A contracts for all of these different types of services. So right now, when we talk about 630A contracts for Manpower, we do have that in place. In fact, we just got a report. We have enough money to fund 570 police officers. And guess how many officers we have right now? 120. 120 police officers. And I will say that it has nothing to do with them not trying. They are trying. In fact, we had 240, I believe it was 240 men and women, our young men and women who applied to become police officers. The problem that we're having right now is our young men and women, they cannot pass the background check. And you need to pass the background check. By federal law, if you carry a gun, you have to have a background check. And many of our Navajo people cannot pass it. In fact, we went from 240 to, I believe, I'm checking the numbers just to make sure that I'm correct here. I don't have that number. I'm sure Chief Noon will go ahead and he'll tell you what that number went down to, but it's less than 100. So what we're trying to do, Chief Noon and Law and Order Committee and Director Delmar, we met about this about a month ago, and we said, what can we do to increase that number? Number one, what we did go to BIA last week and we asked them, can we lower the age? Right now, you can apply to become a police officer at the age of 21. We said, can we lower that to 18? And the reason is we have many of our armed forces, they go into our high school and they recruit right from high school, right? Before anybody can make a mistake and before they can ruin their background, let's get them right in and let's see if we can recruit straight from high school. Right now we can't because the age is 21. So we're pushing for that one is let's lower that age to 18. Because when you're 18, you can carry a gun, you can go sign up for the military, so you can go and you can protect the Navajo Nation. That's our argument. Number two is we are facing, when we're talking about manpower, we're facing the fact that we don't pay our police officers enough. And we're trying to increase that number. And we're running into the problem with Division of Personnel Management, DPM, which Chair Stowe is the oversight for, right? Your oversight for DPM. They want to increase our salary for our law enforcement, but DPM keeps telling them no. We don't know why. It's like we're fighting with DPM to increase that. So we can pay our police officers what they're being paid off the Navajo Nation. That's number one. Number two is we're starting to see that there's a shortage across the whole United States, a shortage of police officers. That's not the fault of the Navajo Nation and it's not the fault of the police stations. It's just how it is across the entire United States. And so what a lot of police departments are doing is they're doing sign-on bonuses. Albuquerque is giving a sign-on bonus for $14,000 if you sign up to be a police officer with Albuquerque Police Department. $14,000. We don't have that money to pay our officers sign-on bonuses. Number two is retention bonuses. That means when you retain, when you keep your officers. Many of our officers are, they get retention bonuses, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-year retention bonuses. We don't give those type of bonuses because for the longest time, we thought that our 638 contract didn't allow it. But we just gave good news to Chief Noon because we met with BIA, OJS this last week in Washington, D.C., and they said, yes, you can give sign-on bonuses. Yes, you can give retention bonuses. You can use that 638 contract money and you can do these bonuses. And we said, good, yes. We also found out last week that Utah, San Juan County gave a 19% raise. I'm sorry, it was the Utah Highway Patrol. They gave a 19% raise, a 19% increase in the officer's salary. So that's what we're competing with. So we do have officers who sign up. They'll go through the police academy and then they leave and they go join a different police team. Or what do you call it? Like a police department, police force. So that's what we're facing when we're talking about the manpower. So we're trying to figure out ways to how do we get them in? How do we keep them? And so those are 3 ways at this point right now that we've come up with that we think we might be able to help in signing on and then also retaining our officers and getting more officers out there. Keep in mind, we have enough money right now for 570 officers. And right now, let me correct that. It's not 120. I take that back. It's 130. So we got 10 more officers. 130 law enforcement officers. And that's not including our 30 criminal investigators. So when we're talking about the 638 contract and manpower, we're talking about law enforcement. We have 4 638 contracts under public safety and justice. 1 is for law enforcement, that's your police. 2 is your criminal investigators. Those are like your detectives who investigate crimes that usually get referred to the federal government for prosecution. And then we have 2 in detention. 1 being for adults, and then 1 being for juvenile. So we have 4 638 contracts. We also found out, meeting with Chief Noon last week, that when we're talking about that 638 contract, we are talking also about when can we renegotiate, and Chair So has been a part of this conversation. We keep saying, you know what? When it comes to signing this contract, we need to be able to negotiate. In a way, it's like the United States is coming to you saying, here's a car, you're going to buy it for this much money, and you just sign it. What we're saying is that's not how it works when you buy something. That's not how it works when you enter into a contract. You have to have 2 willing parties who have the opportunity to negotiate a contract and make an agreement. That's usually what's required for a contract. When the BIA is telling the Navajo Nation, here's that $1, go buy me a cigarette, go make it work, we're over here saying, wait, we don't have enough money. So we're trying to say, give us that chance right now to negotiate. So we just found out last week that law enforcement and criminal investigations, their 638 contract is set to expire in 2025. So we have about 3 years to negotiate that contract, and we're going to start. Detention, their contract expires in 2022. And so we have this year to negotiate that contract with BIA. So what we asked Speaker Damon is we can do it 2 ways. 1 is we can create a subcommittee to negotiate this contract, or 2 is we can just invite everybody to the table to negotiate this contract. And so when we talked to BIA about it last week, we met with BIA, remember, in Washington, D.C. What they said is when we negotiate the contract, that money that we give to you, It's all based on the data. And so what we're telling BIA is don't look at what, don't look at certain data, look at this call for service. That is the most accurate data that you're going to get, because that's where our Navajo people are calling the police asking for help. Because if you follow a case as it goes through, you start to see cases just go away. One really good example when I was a prosecutor was when we had calls for domestic violence. We know there's an increase for domestic violence, but we always had the other party come back to say, I don't want to press charges. Just leave it alone. I want to drop all charges. So what I used to say when I was a Crown Point prosecutor is, unless you get the entire Navajo people together to say you want to drop charges against this person, I'm not going to do it. Because it's my job. I represent the Navajo Nation. I don't represent you. There was a crime that was committed. I'm going to go through with it. But where I always ran into a problem was when it got to the court and that person never showed up to testify. Then right there, the judge would just throw it out and say, well, you don't have a case or you don't have a witness here. So that's what we're facing when we're talking about, crime happening on the nation. We hear it with bootlegging. We hear it with drug dealing. And we encourage people, call the police. That person is going to get arrested. When it gets to court, because you call the police, you have to be the witness, and you have to sit there in court and you have to testify to say, Judge, I swear to God, I swear on this Bible, I swear to you, Judge, I saw what happened. That person was buying drugs from that person. But we don't get that. A lot of people get scared. And as Chair So said, it's that safety, that retaliation. We know it happens. We see it all the time. So how do we protect our people when we have 120 officers who are going out there? They're answering the call for service. Sometimes there's an arrest made. Sometimes they're taken to detention. Sometimes that case is prosecuted, and sometimes when it gets to the court, there is a sentence that's being handed down. So that's what we're talking about. And then the other thing that when we're talking about the facility replacement, I have 3 options here. If we can't get it onto the BIA listing, the Navajo Nation could pay for it. And that's probably not going to happen, because right now, every delegate, whatever is going on in their chapters is the most important thing for them. And so we have delegates saying, I need a new C-store. I need water. I need broadband. So each chapter is affected differently. So when we talk about the Navajo Nation taking up the funds for the facility replacement and operations and maintenance, it's a tough sell. And I know that because I dropped legislation in 2019 to get our Shiprock Police Department built, and it still hasn't gone through because council said, let's do a work session. We did the work session. I reintroduced it, and it's stuck now because nobody wants to give Shiprock $83 million that's needed to build a police department. So that's where we're at. And then right now, Navajo Nation, we have citizens. That's one pot of money that we can use. We found out that we can actually use ARPA money. I don't know, the division director for Division of Public Safety said that, we can't use ARPA money. I asked, who said you can't use ARPA money? And we found out it was the Naz Leiser administration who said you cannot use ARPA money. But talking to BIA, talking to Senator Lujan, talking to Representative O'Halloran, Representative Curtis, Representative Ledger Fernandez, they said, what are you talking about? You can use ARPA because those substations, you need to call it first responders substation, because that substation right now, 14,000 square feet, it's going to house police department, which includes the law enforcement, criminal investigations. It's also going to house the fire department, and it's going to house EMT. Those are your first 3 first responders. And they said, guess what? You can use ARPA money for first responders, because if your community was affected by COVID and they needed first responders and they weren't there, you can use that money. I just about cried when they told me that, because I said, here Navajo Nation is telling us we can't use that money. So there is a good chance that those 15, maybe even more, maybe we can add you guys to the listing based on the data. Maybe we can add you guys to the listing and we can use the ARPA money. The last thing, after we got denied Citizen and we got denied ARPA, I sat down with Speaker and I said, you know what if we do a bond? So in 2015, the Law and Order Committee, they passed a bond, and we have been really good at paying back that bond. A bond is it's kind of like a loan. And so the Navajo Nation entered into a public safety and justice bond, and they used it for projects. So we sat down in November with Key Bank in Seattle, and we said, okay, give us all of the information, because we might need a bond to be able to fund all of these projects, all of these facilities that need replacing. And they came back and they said, okay, Navajo Nation, number 1, you guys have been paying your bond on time. Number 2, you guys have an A rating, credit rating, so you guys are good. So we're ready to go. If you guys want that bond, we'll give you that bond. So we are moving forward right now with a bond. And we're hoping, but we're not getting the entire amount right now to replace all of the facilities on the Navajo Nation. It's over $500 million. And all we are for the bond, we have been, they told us possibility of 175 million possibility. But things are, as you guys all know, we're hearing it in the news. There is, there's this war that's going on that's affecting the entire economy across the whole world. And then we have COVID that's happening. It's affecting the entire world. So when we're talking about a bond, we also have to look at the percentage rate. We have to look at how long is this bond going to be, how long are we going to enter into with this bond? So we did talk to BIA again, and we've come up with this solution of entering into a 105L lease. This lease, what BIA is telling us is if you build it, we'll rent that building from you. We'll pay you guys, and we can use that money to pay the bond and whatever once that. So what BIA said is we'll lease it until the building falls apart. So if we do the operations and maintenance and that building lasts 75 years, that's 75 years that BIA is going to be paying rent to us. And we could put that money back into public safety and justice. So this is another thing that we're looking into. Our own Department of Justice is supposed to be looking into that language, because that 105L lease language is within the 638 contract that we enter into. So that's where we're at. And then the last option is to have chapters fund these. But I know that as chapters, you guys already have your own things going on. So we're trying as best as we can to look at Citizen, ARPA, the bond, and the 105L lease. And we're also, when it comes to Manpower, we're looking to renegotiate our 638 contract. And the only way that the money is determined is if they look at the data. So we're asking BIA to look at the call for service. And I can share with you right now what that number is for Crown Point. I pick up my phone. I'm sorry, you guys are probably not going to hear me very well because I picked up my phone, so let me stand closer. So right now, when we're talking about the data, this is what we have gathered. Okay, so for call for service for Crown Point area from 2018 to 2020, we're looking at 32,169 for call for service from 2018 to 2020. Keep that in mind. 32,000 people called the police. Only 3,041 arrests were made. That's where I'm saying that number starts to come down. We also found out that there's the top 5 cases that were filed. Battery of a family member. 900 cases were filed here in the Crown Point Agency. Endangering the welfare of a minor. 768 cases. Number 3, person under the influence of liquor and drugs. 594. Disorderly conduct. 393. Possession of liquor, 353. These are all of the cases that have been filed by the prosecutor's office. Now, keep in mind, if you were to add up all of those numbers, the judicial caseload, meaning by the time it gets to the court and the judge hears the case, you're at 3,234. That's what we're looking at. So when we're talking about the data, when we're saying BIA, don't look at any other numbers. Look at this number here, because that's going to give you the right number. How many of our Navajo people are reaching out for help? We also got some more information. So in addition to this data, what we're also asking is there was a federal act that was passed, and it's called the Adam Walsh Act. And a response to that Adam Walsh Act is that the Navajo Nation passed the what we call the SORNA, the Sexual Offender Registration Notification Act. Right now on the Navajo Nation, we have there's 3 tiers. There's Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 3 is the most dangerous. It's the people who commit crimes against very young children. It's the worst of the worst. So Tier 1, we have 84 sex offenders registered under Tier 1. Tier 2, we have 93 sex offenders registered. Tier 3, we have 495 Tier 3 sex offenders registered here on the Navajo Nation. And I just learned, working with Delegate Crotty, that 495, there are some who are not even Navajo. We are marrying non-Navajos, bringing them here onto the Navajo Nation, and they're sex offenders. Because we don't have a law in place that says that we can't do that. We have a total of 643 sex offenders living on the Navajo Nation. 39 have absconded. That means that they have not registered. We don't know where they're at. 39 sex offenders, we have no idea where they're at. The law says that they're supposed to register so that a community knows that they're living within the community, but we have 39 that are on the run right now that are loose. So when we're talking about this data, when we're talking about making the justification, what we're saying is let's look at the call for service, because there's all of these other data. And then on top of that, we're also finding out when it comes to manpower, our criminal investigators they're wearing 2 important hats. They put on this hat and they're investigating crime. Then they have another hat over here that council years ago made them put that hat on, and that hat is to be a medical examiner. None of our criminal investigators have gone to medical school. None of them are medically licensed. They should not be put in a situation where they have to be taking on the responsibility of being a medical examiner. A medical examiner is a person, when a person is deceased, they are the ones who do the investigation on that deceased person to determine how they died, their cause of death, when they died. They do the toxicology report to see what is in their system. Our criminal investigators don't need to be doing that. But somewhere, somehow, council passed a law to tell them to do that. So our criminal investigators, they're the ones who are signing off on death certificates when they shouldn't be. So they have come to council during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, and they said, we can't do this anymore. You guys cannot expect us to keep doing this. So we created a medical examiner's position, and we're trying to hire a medical examiner. And if we are successful, Navajo Nation will be the first tribe in the entire country, across Indian country, to have a medical examiner hired to help Navajo. And so when we talk about this 638 contract, we're talking that this 638 contract, it should be Indian Health Services that should be paying for this medical examiner's position. And I even went out there and I said, okay, Navajo, we're willing to help. We currently have a position that's listed at $118,000. That's not a lot. Medical examiners off the Navajo Nation are making they're making over $250,000 a year. And we're over here in Navajo saying, we'll pay you $118,000. So what we told IHS is, let's do half and half. We'll pay for half and you guys pay for half, but let's make it a 638 contract. IHS came back and they said, you know what? Navajo doesn't need a medical examiner. Their numbers, their data, it doesn't justify a medical examiner's position. And what IHS reported to Congress, what we learned is IHS reported natural deaths that have occurred in the hospital. That doesn't include accidents. That doesn't include suicide. That doesn't include, homicide. So what we're looking at right now is, and I'll pull up the data, but IHS reported, I believe, half of what the numbers are on Navajo. I believe, and I'm trying to go off memory, I believe they reported 238 deaths on Navajo in 2019, but we had 468. So we're saying, IHS, you need to take on that responsibility and you need to create a 638 contract so that we get a medical examiner so that our criminal investigators can investigate the crimes that are happening, those crimes that have to be referred to the federal government for prosecution. So that's what we're looking at when we're talking about facility replacement or when we're talking about a brand new facility. The last thing is housing. That first responder substation, 14,000 square feet. Remember, it's going to house law enforcement, criminal investigations, fire department, and EMT. But there's also a small dormitory-like style living area within that substation. So our police officers, can stay there. Our firefighters can stay there. Our EMT, when they're doing their 24-hour shift, they can stay there. It's got a nice little, it's got a living room, a kitchen. It's got a shower. It's even got like a training facility so that they can lift weights. So we have that covered. $8.7 million is what we're looking at for one facility to be built. $8.7 million. Before COVID, it was like 4.3. But because of COVID and inflation, it's got up to 8.7. So we are pushing for those 15 communities. And yes, right at this point, Pueblo Pintada has been identified. And the reason is because we have to justify using the data and we have to report that back to BIA, Office of Justice Services. So I will say that Law and Order Committee, we didn't come up with that list. That list was based on the data. We, the elected officials, we didn't come up with that data. That's why we didn't consult you guys, because everything came back to this here. Based on these numbers, that was the way that the decision was made for these rural communities to receive a first responders substation. So again, we're stressing to BIA, look at this one here. This is what we want to see. Because if you look at this BIA, if you look at just this number, there's going to be justification for more rural communities to receive a substation. So that's where we're at. That's what, as chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, working with Vice Chair Otto So, working with Delegate Vince James, and then Delegate Eugene So, for the last 3 years, this is what we've been working on. And so thank you so much. I hope that I was able to answer some of your questions. And I, you know, if there's something that we're missing, this is why we were in DC last week, because what I explained to you here is what I explained to our congressmen and to our senators and to BIA and to Indian Health Services. And, you know, just whoever would listen is what I was out there trying to explain this to them. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to you. I'll give it to President and then Vice President, and then I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but we'll go ahead and we'll give you the mic at that time. The way that we usually handle things is we'll have 3 questions, and then it gets turned back over to the chair, and then we can have, I do have on the phone Chief Noon, who is the Chief of Police for the Navajo Nation. I don't know, Lorraine, did we get the prosecutor on the line? Okay, so we'll get the prosecutor on the line, but we at least have the Chief of Police on the line. We also have other delegates who are listening in, and then we have the Law and Order Committee members who may be able to answer some of your questions. So I'm going to turn the floor back over to Vice Chair Otto So. President Orito, let me go ahead and recognize Vice Chair Otto So. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, I was waiting for committee members have chance to question some of the issues that have been brought forth to the committee, and it sounds like it's the same issues that are going through the whole Navajo Nation. And we met in Tachii, and a lot of what the community of Tachii on the western portion of the Navajo Nation, and those same needs and the call out for services and police officers that show up later and the response time and all this stuff. This thing, if we went to the community of Loop, see what the community of Loop has, what is their response? We went to the community of Montezuma Creek. That was the same thing. Then as we move forth and just think, if we go to Tohajali again, it's the same thing. And I feel Ms. Michelle Chi indicating that and community members not on and even talking about her father being an official. Once she indicated in 1982, it sparked that my grandfather was part of council in 1982. Really interesting on how the Navajo Nation government is formulated under this 3-branch government. Mr. Daniel So, Ako ade dashin so ya ha zio baban nach ade I dashin so did sing with all need ka ahol jish Ako ne seda yego shit age a lot of this communication between the mother government. I'm really glad that Honorable Daniel So uses that term too. I always say that the mother government. Alet ego lan led yana nikitana yana sakhis in na khafik ho ad in the ha shi ade bit say this what up say this mother ade shi no nihitate na alta. Really hope that this is the time that you wake up to the Eastern Navajo community. Binadashnini. Bishma sa an e kodo e sedana kigo seda yego deshningo e behes anin hikastke. We legislate laws, policies, make things better or to correct things and so forth, or make new policy. The other is to appropriate funds. Peso, zo. O peso, ndadi Ebe, behes ani bebe nach hot ego ko ya hot abe ben here didn't. The way I see it is here's what I had addition no Daniel so you're ready to give him the shovel to start up whatever these other entities, our division, our programs that are supposed to be doing these things, are supposed to hold the shovel. We're supposed to protect the nation, the people. How do we hold the executive branch responsible for not providing those services to you? When this Beshmans an Yahanatjaho, Abiyaje Inish Hashmit, Nijash Besh Anit, it looks like the same things going on in Eastern Navajo, Le Toryan, Oho Sino, Nanes Antiket, Ike. Alet Eko La Ade, Nabehopata initiative through the executive branch, Donahahunzita. Why is it that they're not providing solutions to the chapters out there in Torion, Sino, Counselor, Ebo Pintado, Chitaneka, Inihashet Ashton, Asiego, Nihitsit, Datin. The mother government should be over there automatically, not the chapter saying, come and see me. The chapter, the program should be saying, the public safety should be saying, we're going to Ojo Encino to have a meeting with the chapter leadership relating to public safety policy and public safety issues. They should be coming to you, not the other way around. The whole public safety is on the line here. They are counted in this 638 contract, which pays your salaries. I should ask really hope the leadership of public safety is listening. Maybe someone needs to resign. Yeah. And then you can't. My son, away none that what are you get they so in none of la. Role and the responsibility for that service is under the direction of the executive branch. Why isn't that the most basic thing of public safety cannot be provided for our Navajo citizens who live in that region? I think we really need to sit back down with public safety and get some sort of direction to provide consultations directly to the chapters. That way, whether it's through criminal investigation, it's through public safety patrol, and Department of Correction and juvenile, or public safety contracts. Our Eastern Navajo citizens out there, yeah, baby, not it's going up, base of a yakin, 1989, the Navajo Nation government entered into a 638 contract. Before 1989, that responsibility and role was being directed by the federal government. Washington, I think there's in the 1989, the Neva Washington, I can provide better police protection services to the Navajo people. You give me that contract, I'm willing to sign. 638 contracts with whatever. Maybe it's a chance to give the public safety back to the federal government. Maybe we'll have the federal government provide that service because like Madam Chair alluded to, the Adam Walsh Act, it would make sure that they identify all those individuals who need to register as sexual offenders on Navajo. They will make sure they will locate those people. Maybe that's the conversation that we need to have. Because something's going on. What's going on in that program? We might as well just turn over the jurisdiction to Sandoval County to investigate crimes that happened there. That is my reasoning of why. Why is it that Crown Point Police Department is not out there? Why they are not taking the lead role on things that occur on Navajo jurisdiction? As legislatures of the Navajo Nation, we can move forward to work on, to help move the cross-depolitization. We have to work on areas which we don't overstep some of these authorities from the president, from the executive branch, because the president always tells us separation of powers. Overstep that line. Separation of powers. Leave my staff alone. We were told that at one point. And I really hope that police department has an answer for the community of why they call out for things. They don't go out there. Put yourself in their shoes. Maybe even, what if that person that got hurt or was a victim or is a victim, your family member? The Navajo people pays your salary. Heartening to see this, to hear this. I don't need that. I ain't gonna have an excuse for what's going on. communities of Encino, Orion. Adin Quidishin hit Hatadia, Hitadesh, providing potable water to our citizens out there many, many years ago. Sahayanja Banash, Nisho, Ajo, Tahandishta, Ajo, and started Naket. You get ego, so I would what ego, nah. Yes, Ingevich, Babin, Babbage, Nahoti. I think that chapter really need to find ways to get public safety to provide direct consultation. The other thing to do is just file a lawsuit on the Navajo Nation. Public safety is not being provided to you. Right, file a lawsuit. Maybe that's when and where they will listen. These tribal programs should be providing direct services to you, because direct services are for the Navajo people. I'm very fortunate to live in a community where public safety is only a couple of minutes away. Communities that have long distances such as yours really needs attention. Really need individuals that understand you, understand your needs. The neck that's the type of individuals that needs to be at the table. If they don't understand you, who you are, what you are at the level of living in the rural area, they will never understand you. All these testimonies, I really hope that we have a report. As commission officers, and the division directors, they have an ethical duty. Thank you. If that protection is not done, the question is, what happens? How can the legislative branch look at things, try to hold them accountable? Again, you have the line item veto authority. We start to hold these programs, hold them accountable for things, and we sanction them, and we do these things in the budget, and the line item veto comes up. Today, the line item veto authority is used the wrong way. Maybe there was probably a positive way to use this, but I didn't know what I'll not initial trio. Even not Diego. Oh, come on, this kiss. Oh, it's not. It's here that it's not. It also oh, it's kid. Oh, yani. I don't know that in nani. Eddie. Nani, but it's kid. Does it impact lives? It impacts people. Now, what else has it? No, not again. I just like it. I hear you out there, the community of Encino region in that area, Councillor Librooks. I just look on a snare the kid in on a higget egg on his base. On a higget egg on the hot. I said, Sunday, Sunday, that initially hayado ta initiate do the high kita I can't that don ha aro la ya khudan zeta onsen again you have to find ways to get the solution, and we need these direct consultation. And I think, Madam Chair, on the next committee meeting, I'm going to provide a directive. I'm going to get with the Office of Legislative Counsel to provide have directive language written up, and but also maybe even get the directive language done at the council level, because the Navajo citizens, our chapters out there, deserve that. They deserve the consultation. They shouldn't be telling them to come over to my chapter. We need to talk to you. He or she should be over there at the chapter consulting the chapters directly, because there's a legal opinion that Department of Justice has put out, which indicates that the Navajo Nation chapters is not part of the three-branch government. So that's a legal opinion from Department of Justice. Alcohol puts a better chance than the chapter sue the Navajo Nation on behalf of its constituents, of its people, relating to direct services. Maybe there's a whole can of worms that needs to be entertained, because you people are people that live out there, serve that basic protection of public safety. I'm not going to apologize on behalf of the nation. Shouldn't be the case. That direct services should be out there. And lastly, Ben, the substation. Substation has been a dialogue between the programs. And in this case, it's the public safety. And it sounds like the region has not been consulted. And that consultation you deserve. You deserve to choose where and where it can be built. Maybe it's an education. Maybe it's a strategy of time and distance from public safety. I really hope that public safety goes back to the table, have that direct consultation. Land withdrawal needs to be done, and the selection and the location is made. And then there is set. That's where public safety could be made, can be built, the proposed substation or ARPA. ARPA can fund these public safety facilities for you guys. The way to use these monies, because those are directly impacting and affecting and will serve the Navajo people. I have to get these services out there. Onsen. So hard na hasa ade chapter o Torian in the kel any in hard da yo ta ikhada. We do sani. Ada squedan lo. Ne de shne. Oh, it's on Hans. Oh, I'm sorry, missed it all this. So, I can't, but oh, push that on hit off me. they could only exchange a day on what they laid 20 arrows the other in the Hayla Nego. Serve as the Navajo Hopi Land Commission chairman and the issue of the Navajo Hopi land dispute. Really sorry, I'm not there. I want to have a future dialogue with this community. Deserve your fair and equal share of that 638 contract. You deserve it. And I think it's fair and square. Get you your fair share so that the dollars aren't harbored in one area. Oh, Taban, so yeah. So.
Yeah, Delegate Otto. So really quickly, I just now got the statistics for when we're talking about the total deaths reported, what we have for, and we used the example when we were in DC last week, we used Window Rock's numbers. In 2018, well, let me share with you the Crown Point numbers. When we're talking about the deaths being reported and why we need a medical examiner, for Crown Point in 2020, there were 94 natural deaths that occurred that IHS reported. IHS did not report 15 car accidents or accidents, 10 suicides, 9 homicides, 2 that are unknown or undetermined. With a total in Crown Point in 2020, IHS reported 94, but there technically was 130 deaths in Crown Point, which includes the whole Eastern Agency. So when we're talking about the data and when we go to Congress, that's what we have to tell them, is we have to say IHS reported this, but the truth is there's this many. And that is enough justification for a medical examiner. And so the plan is to have a medical examiner, one in New Mexico in Shiprock, and then one in Window Rock for the Arizona side. So that's what we're moving for when we're talking about the criminal investigations, the Manpower 638 contract, and then the data, the correct data that should be reported. So President Ruiz, I apologize. We also have a delegate, Elmer Begay, who wants to speak, and then after that, I promise I will come back to you. Delegate Elmer Begay?
Yes. Can you hear me, Nala?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so yes, another Marin chair for the Law and Order Committee. All the members of the Law and Order Committee don't got to by the Hindi Zundobe, Havani Sunida, Ado, Ade, Shikado, Shidane, Dyson of Taido, Shady down, and it is that Jabo. This renegade last as a couple of Hanslow, College in versus two, Jimmy versus two, the class two versus another one. Around the Dalcon, Tisto, and was by coming to research a Banasha. But the Kodode have this 3 year, another other members of the Law and Order Committee. Oh, you're seeing in the house, Laro, I'm not sure if the division director, public safety, Mr. Delmore, I'm not sure if the head of police, he does that. But what I want to say is, people, you, call this, everything that all the get a land for them. Other people, which is 18 dollars, they put them on the master plan. 1985, and each they'll kick out. But there's one thing I call down law and order, no other public safety. Maybe when arrows, other the initial they start on another native started with that kind. So it took me an hour and a half to get over here. So
see that there's car about me. I-40. There's the Asian 19. So, as a anonza. So, how long it takes for the response from Khadija today? It's been over about 3 weeks now. The next had been this Kate and long. Alcohol, the that only than long, the chill, that cut the just but okay that got the 3 weeks is the 3rd week now. Missing no, I don't know that a murder. A whole year, a failure, just pay. I wrote it all that it actually can't hold that car. No. They know where the body is done. No, that. But that has never. So the car again. Now they got reach out to me down twice now. Hard business and the other no. You can't do with it. The family or looking. Nobody coming around. Done. How do we go about it? Allah indeed is saying that Allah Kona Ashin has a hot in there one mess. Other than that, then much ego then it's around here. So they had a search, I think a week and a half ago. No, I thought we were going to organize it again. That's the door. It's not that no, they're going to look for that body. I didn't no. So that one, they reach out to. I reach out to Belmore. Give me information. What can I do? So maybe give me guidance for this community. I know we need some community orient and community involvement for this. How do you go about it? Maybe come on. Nobody email here. The message in there. So Mr. Captain Butler, how does she was to be dead now? I didn't that card or that then was that the card then. He's over here. No, because the 20 hours over then they could go then they in the hotel. What's going on? I think those she where then it are the also. I think we need to do something directly with the public safety division of public safety. What area about this case here? Where could other Sabahenji or other Shinalido here? Oh, yeah, so right here, could the 8 hours is with the now police not keep it is all. I don't know what is in here. Just like how they're saying they're just in there. They're not even out here. They put here. So it is over this thing. So another thank you. Hi.
Okay, so as such as that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize the president of the Ojo Encino chapter, Mr. Warito. And I apologize, normally I don't text when I'm on meetings, but I locked my keys in my trunk. So I'm trying to figure out a way to open my car. So I apologize, I'm going to be on and off the phone, trying to get some help out here. So with that, President Warito. After that, we're going to recognize Mr. Atencio. This is the lineup. We have Mr. Warito, Mr. Atencio. We also have a gentleman who is sitting here in the dark gray jacket. And then we'll go back to Delegate Eugene So. And then we'll come back to Mr. Johnson, who has joined us here from Eastern Agency Council President. So with that, again, the lineup, Mr. Warito, Mr. Atencio, the gentleman here in the gray jacket, Delegate Eugene So, and then Mr. Johnson. Mr. Warito?
Thank you. The two gentlemen really brought what I was going to follow this maybe. Is local consultation. The question you know, Yana Hasne. If you had about that day, There's no local consultation. They don't come to our community. They don't come to Torreon. They don't come to Owen councilors to ask us what's going on. So I think we should step back and restart this, have a law or committee and the Public Safety and Navajo Nation come here and talk with us. That's number one. Number two, data behind the, Mr. So brought it up that most of our calls are going towards Sandoval County and Farmington, San Juan County, and then probably some of it to McKinley County, Bernalillo, Chico. So that data could be retrieved from that area to see what's going on in the region. We have right now in DOT, Navajo Department of Transportation, working with Sandoval County. They divert some of that money to them to work with us. Why can't public safety do the same thing? Why can't they go to Sandoval County and says, okay, we're going to give you X amount of dollars to protect our family in this area? So that's another area that maybe we can look at. Work with the county, like the just like NDOT is doing right now, working with the county. IHS has given money to PMS, Presbyterian Medical Services. Why hasn't that been addressed? So those are some of the areas that we need to come back down and see what we're doing out here in the community, working with the other programs within Sandoval County. One thing I'm going to bring up, shovel ready. Okay, right now you brought up, this is one thing I really was looking into, ARPA program. I'm glad that you brought it up. We are going to go ahead and revise our ARPA project listing right now. We are planning to put an EMS / public safety station right here. We have 2 acres withdrawn. We have the infrastructure, got water lines sitting right there. We have telephone, power lines sitting right there. We are going to go ahead and proceed with that project under this project. Ohlson is going to do that. We are certified chapters here right now. So let me tell you this. Public safety, fire station, and EMS is within our land use plan. It's in there now, so we're ready to go. We have quarter sections of land, tribal trust land that we have withdrawn for development, economic development within the Ohlson community. So this is where we need to come back together with everybody and consult with the local people. The court system building weeds going around it, not being used. You're only 30 miles from Crown Point, where the headquarters of PD is. This is one thing I always bring up. We're way out here. And a good thing that Mr. Otto brought up is, why don't you sue the PD for lack of services out here? We're having issues up in the councils right now. They're doing whatever they want. Especially heavy truck traffic. They don't care. So can we do this? This is something that we might look at. Because maybe I'll bring Mr. Soul back over here. See where his foot tracks are. Just kidding. So that's what I'm asking right now. I think we should have law enforcement, also your committee to come back and we'll sit down. Just stay on this one subject and what we can do about getting this thing ironed up. Like I was saying, we had a tri-chapter organization that we were at. One thing we were going to go approach is what REMA is doing. They have their own 3638 contract with public safety. That is the class not still. So that's one thing that we were looking at is go ahead 638 within the region right in here. Okay, we were talking about maybe looking at the BIA police enforcement to come in here. So, but again, cost commission, again, maybe the money that's out there that PD gets, we can go ahead and give some of that to Sandoval County and they can work with us. There's a lot of options that we can do. But the main thing is auditing how I get there. They're forcing that among us out here. Of course, what works and going to work on the old reservation. What Mr. So was saying, it's not going to work out here. It's totally different. In Spells and Europe and Shiprock, it's totally different. So we do have plans under the chapter that we're going to go ahead and redo our upper projects and put that in there. It might cost $3 million, but what the heck, we're going to go after it because we have the infrastructure right here. And then again, like I say, we have the land, we have the infrastructures, we have everything out here, but you all need to come back down and we sit down and we talk about this, the whole issue. Let's make a day out of it. Maybe Mr. So can bring donuts again. Thank you. Oh.
Señor Warito, I'm John Otto, honorable members of the Law and Order Committee, Chairman Charles Newton, and do appreciate comments from Delegate Spike, Delegate So. I guess cases, esto and never does Tiro. When it's so formal request personal is I'll probably put this on letterhead too, is under the executive order on Attorney General's order for violence in Indian country. How to get that executive order number in the subsequent tribal community response plan. Have one for checkerboarded areas, I think, because it is a central key Indian country issue that does affect like Oklahoma, etc. Just because thinking that the data here, there has to be probably MOUs for data sharing. Just hearing the calls, we don't know where they go. Sandoval County Volunteer Fire Department, they have some data saying where they actually are counting when they're waiting for law enforcement to get on site to clear the scene, because it is out here. So things of those nature probably require a higher level of engagement, government to government. That's it. And so that's very encouraged by where the discussion is going. And I do see that subsequent consultations do include, because what I'm seeing is this is Indian crimes in the country, but I think there has to be a subsection or a lead-off section in major crimes in the country as part of this tribal community response plan. Again, citing that there's probably be MOUs and MOAs with the United States Attorney's Office, FBI, Navajo, state and county, and et cetera, everyone that needs to be in BIA, OJS, and getting ready so that everyone be on the same page, especially in checkerboarded land areas. And so with that, again, I respectfully thank the committee for all of its time and for really taking time to consider the issues facing Far Eastern edge of Navajo Nation. Sharon.
I wanted to apologize that I'm not used to talk to just a few people. I usually talk to a lot of people that will know what's going on in this community and other communities. I was about a husband I call now it's not they're putting in outside or so a lot of people won't be saved. Only 14 was be allowed in here. Oh, you never got this out incredible. Not only us in here, there's more people out there are concerned about the safety. Untitled Chapter, she asked because he never caught us with support. My name is Milton Jim. I'm from Torium. I'm an in-law to here. Some mother-in-law live in Sonata. Because the bother honey, the only chapter official knows about this. The parents, grandparents, young grandparents, young parents knows what's going on in this community. Oh, you are like constantly alcohol, drugs, meth, you name it. It is far from Crown Point to here. Colleges, they respond, but they won't come on right away. Just like Thursday night, I called one, had to intoxicate a person at my house, and they came out until 2 o'clock in the morning, and they said we still have to come out here, even though we're tired, even though we're way out there. And I told them, I'm tired too. I've been here all this afternoon waiting for you guys. I'm still waiting until you guys showed up at 2:30 this morning. She's stand by and that's she had in a way Crown Point just to cover this on weekends or on weekdays, make a schedule. So that will be more safe instead of just the for substation. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen a weekend of days. Even now, also, I could assign that so you'll be on duty, you'll be on call this weekend at the hot Nisa contract one business. What other sessions on the Diego area? So we can't tell so as a highway in there. I don't wake up the junction, but starting as if you goes to Cuba. You don't put other over not a I talked to one of the officers one time who was Sunday got the whole also patrol that only at 8 or so I believe it was a bootlegger in country. She told what a Navajo Nation for bootlegger ESO up and that 24/7. Of course, I am not kind of because I have friends that are doing that, and then I know where they're getting, but a law enforcement, but no task force, but no under training. I'm not cut to do that. And we're not allowed to do this to go in there. I know our regular police officers, again, we're not trained for that. I know because they use weapons. That's chapter for say I was that Mr. Reed or Augustine. She's right there, Daniel. So even I support them wherever they have a meeting like this rope one day the call at the I don't have to get paid for it. I just want to help community. That's all I am. I never caught this though. I was a school board for Torium for 16 years. So she shut down the conference go. And other so now just key that kind of be gentle with the people out there. But it's right. Oh, just count the end of the house. So could you he had go I left on that in on the way I tell why but not shot it is substation though they no. Could the smell could be turned it on the agenda or cut it on never in the time to host the landing issue as one as they say you could when Seniki the hot either. So I'm a grandparent. I have 11 grandkids. I see Diego. It's a whole across highway right here you can see it. Mountain term the third is alcohol, but not also for grandkids, grandsons, or mother's not be see, even point of support this police on that in the lot of drug drivers on the road. Was to tail, has to go to harder so either. Even I see you on this and they cut about he given in I'm 60 years old, I can't fight these teenagers. I can tell you're a bit scared all day at all the court out echo. I see here you and Habanda Diego. Don't let this order till today yet tomorrow. I was updating that. I don't get in the hospital. Things are be cut out. It's here on that all this and some chapters go coaching from my concerning there and everything. I'll see you never even only a Zoom because late a yellow. You do it. You can't just get it right away. Like yeah, on the law and order committee. As it's good, you had that. This is a good report. This is what we need. So that 120 police officers. How long last road could that? So we need some more. So call budget that's about tonight. That's to get more funded for more police officers with all that. But what I'm looking is assign somebody over here for like at the meantime, 1 hour visa from here to Crown Point, 6 to 5 and over, which is wasn't the
Hi, Chaha. Otto, now we're going to go ahead and recognize at this time Honorable Eugene So, and then after Honorable Eugene So, Mr. Johnson, President for Eastern Agency Council. Chaha, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
So, I don't say this wasn't another. So, those things are so you need index. My time is let me. 38 contract. All the laws on BRA. Every 5 years, about they don't approve another 5 years. That means I don't think I don't know. Then within the manual, she could out of the car. Some of these monies can't be funded to materialize anything on the ground. So that okay, you are not sure. But the course in town down here. I don't know how to get some. Now, you should be read. But she got all this is in contract on this. So we don't have to go into the teaching contract. But I think you're all aware in this Navajo Nation, we're not part of that. We organize Indian tribes. We share the treaty tribe. We're a treaty tribe. All Canadian trade contracts every 5 years. Not only contract. All countries more than because but the trust responsibilities are part of the treaty. You call them. We created all bunch of cases. I don't know this. I'm answering the hotel. I'm not answering the I let up on that from fire department, police department. The drainage system is the number one issue. I let what I'm looking to join man and national. Without all the issues, I didn't want to be short and for not. Some of these things seem out of place. None the other ship are not about she the Pahata. So it made it at the airport, I was out no road to it. And then afterwards, they use the eminent domain of the people to put a road up there to the airport. The airport is a road, and I don't know. Firefighters just can fly there and walk from there. So what Navajo Foundation. And maybe we make it worse. The worst thing that we have as a government is we are in the let us share. Let us share now. Sheila, consult for your house and in the China. Should start out not yet to show them talking for us. Now the key is young us. We are any consultative on how to say so with any division, any branch. Let's kick off and because every chapter has all the division concern. I don't know why and who thought about this separating the committee into 4 ways. What of this? Maybe for bigger congressmen, yes, but not only for 24. Let's talk about this case. So, and we took up a lot of time with these divisions. On the 10 every meeting to every council oversight committee. We are assuming that they should be working at their own especially the control. I side out of treatment in that day too. So what are the working? I don't need to stand out but so even now, the council that's overseeing and should already be pushing all these things all in one chapter, in one committee. On what are the initiative? I did okay, not the initiative could also be any call. So in that case, I feel that it's better to. I would like to get a proposal and let's start running with it. Instead of talking about it, let's go for it right now. I don't know that it's true. I don't think that's anything the work session, leadership meeting, etc. And we talk about the same thing that people will talk about for the last 20, 40, 50 years. But nobody's going to stop that. We need to have a proposal for that substation. Let's push it right now. Yesterday. But I should on this case, Auto and James. Or you could always steal this. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, President Johnson, you're up. After President Johnson, we'll turn it back over to committee members to answer questions. They can hear.
From the stomach, I need a yes, it okay. No, and the spin and Thailand is a Tahiki. Johnny Johnson ain't she? The I had a standing rock. Are they but I mean, Snedo Tobas, as Basis Ching, the Slani does a Naldo torch at Lenny. They should check a rotation, Daisy, the house of Tahi. Coco, last week, this is just after this at the had no. Are you person of happen now? But you could just bet on the national. Could it let the had no other start? Okay, say again, and spend on large station on the Auto Eastern Agency Council. Azro Sananis, a large station on the Ajbahan stuff. A cocoa. Did the crab under had any good idea to go back on some? A co even that you could all not Mrs. How this after maybe recommendation. So, yeah, if at least start is a large and energy public safety, Banas and so 13 of us, Tanahaya. Corona Ani Nasenigi, the Honorable Delegate Chair, Ado and members of Honorable Delegates of Public Safety, Ado Korokwaho Nasenigi, Yado Dainosai Division Director, Ado Chief of Police, Ado Sergeant, Ado in the Captain, the Shida Inos. Late 1977, that's law, public safety, under emergency medical service, ambulance, Basha. Ade Bakon Seno. Atiba Yat Hitler. Reshateji Hatsi Torion, Sita Bayada Hitler Bahoni Zini. Sita Bahoni Zin out of Bayat public safety. The law. Ita in Crown Point was over 200 personnel. There was about 45 to 55 law enforcement in public safety in Crown Point. That included administration, captain, sergeant, lieutenant, in the field personnel. Ita lines of law. This Ovige, Tashavan. Throughout the day, law enforcement they do security checks. Kitrada Ndakesa. It's not as long. The response was quick. And then there were substations. Chapter NHA the longest substation trip was from Tohajile or either Alamo. Chairman McDonald, Chairman President President McDonald, I did the Hado stakeholders. I just a lot of time. And that's when administration from Division of Public Safety used to come to agency council requesting for support for funding through the tribe or through counties or state or even federal funding. So data was available at that time, and that's what they used to ask for these funds when they had adequate funds. That's also that but often so about this case at the no. It's all the process at the home. That's a long-term process. The short-term solution when get quite nice Hanige could a lot and hit Hananos Daniel Soto, Texas, has in but the needle list. And I put out a coco. Hey, Diki, they put out based on that. Niki, so Navajo Nation in the Washington. So, we the people, we make that Navajo Nation government, not the council or the executive. The yes in Washington. So, in Washington, so hate of a question and I declare yet manpower had needle base by yet data. About Hazania. Data call in service. That's a high number that was given to us. Oh, a year could hey and the hot no by yet. Could lay so Taniki now. There's you had all so one yes or they saw on a they had it all link up on how to Yahako. I could unhit that all eat. I could the A BRA executive council other Haitian. We also need to, pick up. I don't have to. The naive. I don't need to oh, the in the years and they have Mahon in Hoya. Are you found in a ticket? But they depend on his I saw Ben his Hashnet, she's and his better husband.
dog and so the then hit on Nikada Eden has Chinyana Kaya tattoo that tell us do we have that ongoing consultation, lectures, all these stuff that Nibenan has had all just in the Bahat that Heshna Nado Glishan. Yeah, now the Bible is the only a number the Halon or Haniko, you the number the Halon that kind. A cook that or the East cut and the better husband. A cook at the East high you when a coy has a salon Gasia. Like I said, the first let me nothing salon that nationwide. Cadera 120 house 45 to 55, it could be more. And back in the late 70s, early 80s, this 80 at this wasn't I think we're under 20 in law enforcement. Could the administration the Taiji the town is a law alone there. The rebe gay. It don't take base of line. You have to have the other surely honey. Quite it all ye na it take it. Base it all ye don't know has also just either. Line out a Honda, ya Asian Coroni, she takes with Bahaza. Obeda is name. Hala had even as an inch, Teja had the background investigation. Ya. And it's out over it. Oh, it's just not a co. Yeah, go even hitching now because Oshi has don't call as Eden has Chindo and Anshi. But not a thought as an entire a cocoa. In 1990, no 1994, this night I said, EMS, the PMS to that is called Torion, the an emergency service, hold on there, which it then hit on the other. RJ temporary EMS service in the seat, a trailer late with IHS was in the show. It took us almost 4 years to get that substation up. Auto ambulance, this over there. Navajo Nation, they need call than Sundays all daytime. Weekend, the ambulance service is also now a hotel now. Auto is our chapters under hot edges of the thigh. Northwest side, you don't trailer needs. Since I thought our public safety bar, it down. Then it's on the nest on ya. Every night, out of public safety hall. So, like I said, we community had to take some of that initiative to say we're responsible for part of some of the neglect of services that are not coming into our community. Digi stole hotation and Darko. Hotai Bahunson. Ado ambulance service and none of Hashida now now. Hala and ladies all the sound or critical. Ado ye Hanada is then what you go, General Hatahati, a coe by Shenson. So that advocate the zone, so that I should advocate the zone without it. A call without a bar on the rate, Hoji later, Abasaha. They don't are Hutla, but dealers and the EMS service, push Stodo, the governor is in that listen there. They don't are without net the nest, but no one at Navajo Nation at Kugo. At the Yila, so that's what I quite has this shot. Dina. Oh, I don't try. Of course, I need it. No advocacy. So, Helene recruit, then ABK or the and his on the basement has on the executive branch because it's our local government. According to Title 17, Title 26, official, it was delegated for us to do that. And central government needs to listen to us of all these concerns and work with us. We've got two responsibilities. We're oversight. Auto base don't need it. And as far as I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Sadeja, Public Safety Committee has some directive authority to these divisions to carry out these tasks. And I don't see that going on. If it's going on, I'm missing the boat. So I think those are some things that need to happen. He base according to Ahado Sihiki. Hernigi Arten from the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation Ben is also the nature the turning head of Kesa. Correct me if I'm wrong. On Hishidil is so the Yoda is the Ede Ado the crucial has Anishi Niki the dot so a Kunde bonus part, she's the bonus part of this. A question and I think Kajuba and nagging zone we have the data. And how far back do we have to go to justify that we need these services? And I think Torion and this community here that's requesting is universal across the nation. What I quite hot out to go hot there. I couldn't hash yeast, but I hash ice and high cases, we don't hash ice the high nadnish. Speak at another nature holds the other response on Edo Tai President Yade Jihagi and Hahote Nisa Minigi. Either is tough. Be yielded or Lysia. Equa Hajoba and I would be in the Hakanat. A coho. Not Nanasi. 1977 those state. Public safety iya did about the hind ila akunda salagi gas ambulance service gas. One thing we had in the Eastern and also Northern Agency was emergency management program. Jonoko Ishnadness, Large EMS Ishnadness, any other public safety and the chapters emergency management. Yeah, Isha. Police administration yeah this thought because Anshibini no Kadehad ambulance or emergency management yes Atara hot and the don't need to know rather. Well now what could it be no a corporation radio to the general legislators need to the nation there yeah. We had an office in Crown Point and one in Shiprock. And thought I need to no December halfway through our budget season. Lay off on hit Ilya. Ado Asnido 150,000 over. It owned not and they wanted to use elsewhere, but don't hit Eda. It open the end it Ada, but don't need in Adiness. So a question and I Kodo Chitages. Ni could on Jonago state, but Hinane Credo strategic meeting or planning de Liago. Said Asian agency can help sponsor and support these resolutions and to support the initiative that the community is asking for. And at large, I think we can be successful. And with some guidance from the legislatures, ni yada he told ni da no. But ila you have seen the don nasa so they don't couldn't be has any do ye ya at an city de ya and the hot oven that is the there's any do like that just neta. Like any we had just got too much law and order and things like that in place and such Ntel to neta ya. The hoist still, about the hoist still. So what are it done hit on? Such a bahunas. But did a hegisa for a tada place, a years. John Daniel, did over has net on the square arpa behind, yeah. But not hack at that, or had it. What they she don't hit not and that's a lot of money for infrastructures. And what was mentioned in here. Zobe hadn't it Zonogobe taken the Kego. Ashido Naida Donis to them Saw Sahani doesn't they have any home site lease right away. Did these tenant no tenant should not style. Did that the least be kidding the Joe a concrete hotel so that the no well toss that and how did Eastern Agency do they yet. I had not on it just had not after. Oh, and the station and I go. And he said, Nani Tahan has an hina shinil sana across the Sinan I should base on across the date of a short of chapter I see no out of the classness. I do Australia Tidos at the Hotten Door to Jet Higino Since the in the Hatti Hasha Hazoba CD car, the change car, Nasa, Nan Skuda Dilni, Adoni, Ani Zoba that she saw the Hala Hatish to the Hesed. Who's your worst enemy? Nisaya, it's yourself. So Hedata. That was I'll let so Heda either. Zoba Kate is the innocent I'll let her say could up over Nancy Banan, he's a scandal. They stole executive branch. I didn't finish it down. Our last law, public safety committee. Yeah, it don't get a law and order. Yeah. Yeah, he captain, all of the task, and the lieutenant sergeant don't know how to pass it. Division director. Even not about that. Oh, I didn't cut that on. Nenegi is in the way us and there. Yeah, thought it as a link with the other Asaha on it. Other questions are not Negi, but look at the one I see tired the master. Hello, I don't have that. Ashi, Bohonet, Ado Kodoni, the Sahada, Higgy, so Zonogo, Ado has capital, Dida isn't in me. His ways now, a net deal, she Bohonet, but I don't have on this case, Nadeha of the Yaro Agency Council. Baha seat of this ask for a 31 chapter. Yes, some are in a better situation that have their own government in place, like Rema. Elmo and Tohajile, it up the 638 contract, yes, most of them, and they're in a better shape. But if you go to Rema, if you ever look at their public safety infrastructure, they have a good system. But to them, that they're all up to date, everything's up to great power, equipment, and manpower. It up to date, yes, a cocoa. Oh, what are even? It's a nasty, though. The Navajo Nation, we can rebuild, we can do better in the future, and that's the only way we can go. We can't go backward. They don't have that. The foundation go nasa Catholic. How about this case? A question, and I think we need a little few more of these kind of community outreach, so you will have a better understanding to pursue some strategic plans and coordinate with the local government. I lost it on the I should know. Anigi, Sago, but then, right, Jameson, go on it.
Oh, yeah, Shana. So really quickly, I was jotting down some notes. So when we're talking, I guess let me step back. President Warito, when you talked about the data and how we need to retrieve that, I guess we can start working on that. I didn't know. I don't know where Mr. Warito. Okay, sorry, I got my reading glasses on. Mr. President Warito, I didn't know that Sandoval County, San Juan County, that we have to retrieve data from them. We can certainly start working on that. I don't know. I will say that sometimes working with different jurisdictions, it's not easy. And in fact, right now, I'm sure Chair Stowe will attest to this. When you're trying to achieve a goal, you always have somebody who steps in the way and gets in the way of things. And when we're talking about jurisdiction, that's a big issue when we talk about public safety and justice, which kind of on the board here, I added under Manpower 638 contract, and then we have the Cross Commission. That Cross Commission, people think that's called cross deputizing, but it's Cross Commission. That Cross Commission, it was mentioned, I can't remember if it was Mr. Warito or if it was Mr. Atencio, who said, that permission has to be given by the Navajo Nation. That's true. And it falls back to a Supreme Court decision that was made for Indian country, for all tribes, all Indian country, that when we're talking about jurisdiction, it becomes very important because our Navajo Nation, we have two jurisdictions. We have Navajo Nation tribal jurisdiction, and then we have federal jurisdiction. There are some states that have three jurisdictions. They have the state that's involved. Here on Navajo Nation, we only have two. So you could be prosecuted in both jurisdictions without it being called double jeopardy. So I'm going into legal terms. My background is I used to be a prosecutor. I went to law school. I graduated from law school. So that's my background. So when we're talking about all of this right here, like for some people it's confusing and it's a lot, but you know, for me it's like I understand it. I get it. So when you can see the whole picture, you know, you can start to identify where it needs to be fixed. So when we're talking about that cross commission, it doesn't mean that an officer can just come on to the Navajo Nation. They have to get permission from the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. And it can't be for just any reason. Remember how earlier I said that we get a lot of people who call to say, I just wanted you to get mad at them. I just wanted you to scare them. The county officers and the sheriffs, they're not going to hear that. And I guess it kind of comes back to our traditional, our cultural teachings, right? The way that we were taught. For me, I was always taught that belt is right there. I never got spanking from my mom and my dad. I was never a bad kid. Thankfully I listened to them. But I knew it was there. And so when we have parents who call the police only for the police to get mad at their kids, we can't have that. It should only be for cases that are serious. So when we're talking about that cross commission, my sister over here, Rochelle, you know, what she said was, you know, with the cross commission, we have officers who are Anglo and Mexican who don't understand our elderly. That's true. That's so true. When you have an elder calling the police only to get mad at their kids, those officers are going to get mad at you because they're responding thinking that they're going to be doing an arrest. So, you know, when we're talking about like this whole thing, I think what Shana said, that, you know, that responsibility, it also comes back on the community and it comes back on the family. That teaching for some families, it's gone. We don't have that anymore. You know, somewhere, somehow it got messed up, but, you know, some of our kids, they don't want to listen to us. They don't want to listen to grandma and grandpa. So when we're talking about public safety and justice and we're talking about how do we fix it, what Honorable Eugene Stowe always says is let's fix it from the home first. Let's start with the home and the way that we teach our kids, the way that we talk to them, the way that we, you know, the way that we get upset with them and we tell them, don't do that. Don't live that kind of life. Do it right. So with this whole thing, what we have been challenging the chapters with the manpower is give us 2 people from each chapter. If you guys have the 2 people that you can think of here in Ojo Encino, in Pueblo Pintada, in Counselor, in Crown Point, and here in the Eastern Agency, if you can give us 2 people who will pass the background check, who will go to the police academy, we can assign those 2 people back to your community so that they know. There was a comment made earlier. They don't know the community. Who better to, you know, who knows the community than somebody who grew up in that community? So we're challenging the chapters and we're saying that, help us. Give us 2 names of 2 individuals that can go through the police academy, that can pass the background check, that can be police officers, and then they can come back here to their community. So when we're talking about the manpower, you know, we have the 638 contract, we have the cross commission, but we also have chapters that we need to add to that list because that it becomes a part of the chapter's responsibility to help us find those individuals, help us find police officers so that we can have manpower. I also I also have here with the shovel ready. So with this list that was brought up, let me read through the areas that have been identified. Alamo, Annis, Burnside, Cameron, Inscription House, Lachey, Pueblo Pintada, Rama, Red Mesa, Rough Rock, Sheep Springs, Tohajale, Tohatchee, Saline. Those are the communities that have been identified to get this facility. And again, it's all based on the data because we can justify it and we can say, BIA, add it to your listing. We have the numbers. We can do it. So we will start working on that. The other thing is this list that we have, we're asking the chapters, number 1, did you withdraw the land? If you did, we need proof. Because right now we have chapters that are saying, yes, we withdrew the land. But when we go to land department, they're saying, no, they never withdrew the land. It's in their CLUPC, but they never withdrew the land. So number 1, we need proof that you withdrew the land. Number 2, we need a chapter resolution saying that our chapter is going to accept that. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Shiprock, the chapter that I represent, my officials said, we don't want that one. We don't want that substation. We want our own substation that's going to cost 11 million times 3, probably $33 million. And that's what they're saying. And I said, no. Over here, could you, it's 8.7. Why do you want a $33 million substation? They're going to be the same thing. But they passed a chapter resolution saying we don't want the cookie cutter substation. We want our own over here. So as a delegate, what I said to them is, you know what? I helped to get you $4 million. I cannot help you to get the rest of that money because you're turning down an $8.7 million facility. It's not fair for the rest of the Navajo Nation. And I'm not going to do that. So Shiprock, they said, we don't want it. So we need a chapter resolution saying that you want this substation. Number 3, we need your environmental, cultural, and your geotechnical report. The reason for this is because Navajo Nation, we are notorious for just for wasting money. We have built buildings on land that is on clay, and the land falls. The building has fallen apart. We have currently a restroom that was built at the Four Corners Monument for a little over, I think it's $1 million or maybe $2 million. That restroom has never been opened. They cannot even connect the water line to that restroom. And that restroom, nobody has ever used it, and it's falling apart. We have buildings like that here on the Navajo Nation, which is why that geotechnical report has to be done, because we need to know what kind of earth is going to be underneath that substation. And we need to make sure that it's the right kind of earth, because we don't want that substation falling apart. We also need to know if you have been working with NTUA. We have a lot of chapters that say, we're ready. We got water, we got electricity, we got broadband. Yeah, it's good. You have the connections ready to go, but it's the capacity. It's the NTUA capacity. That means that if NTUA comes here and they were to connect that substation, the whole community might get affected because your water pressure is going to go down because there was no plan for that building to be brought into this community. There's not enough water. And we're experiencing that right now in Tohajale. They have all of these projects going on, and Tohajale has come back to say, we don't have enough water. We don't have, we really need a bigger tank for our water. So then they came back to council asking for more money. And we said, no, we can't do that. We need you guys to understand that the capacity is so important. So we need you guys to work with NTUA. And then the last one is Manpower. And that's where I'm asking you guys, your chapters, if you guys can send us 2 individuals who can go through the police academy and pass the background check, you got 2 people who are going to be manning that substation for law enforcement. So that's where we're at. And that's what we're asking right now when we put together this listing. So I know that that there are, that there are some of you, who are saying, yeah, we need public consultation. We're ready to talk about this. And hopefully by that time we'll have the data for this community alone. But I can tell you right now that it's going to be hard to pull the data just for this community. I don't know if the law enforcement PD if they can pull the data just for this community. So we rely on police department, we rely on detention center, we rely on the prosecutor's office and the courts to pull the data. And I think the way that they're pulling it is for the entire Crown Point. But we can try to get that information when it comes to data. The other thing is there was also a mention of, Mr. Atencio, the checkerboard area. When we went to Washington, D.C. last week, what we did ask, we asked Senator Lujan, we asked Representative O'Halloran, we asked Representative O'Halloran's from Arizona, Representative Curtis is from Utah, and then we asked Representative Teresa Fernandez, Ledger Fernandez, I always forget how to say her name, Ledger Fernandez. We asked for their help. And we said, what we want to do, what we're trying to do, what Law and Order Committee is trying to do is we're trying to bring together the FBI, the Attorney General's Office for the United States, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, our Navajo Nation law enforcement, our Navajo Nation criminal investigators, our prosecutors, Navajo Nation prosecutors. Let's bring them to one location on the Navajo Nation. And let's have this conversation about what we're talking about here, about manpower, about cross-commission, about prosecution. And so far, they all committed. And so what we're facing right now is Representative Curtis said, yeah, if you have it in Utah, I'll be there. Representative Ledger Fernandez and Senator Lujan, yeah, if you have it in New Mexico, we'll be there. Representative O'Halloran in Arizona, yes, if you have it in Arizona, we'll be there. So we said, oh, geez, how are we going to do this? So I said, well, let's just have it at the Four Corners Monument. Then each one can sit in their respective state, and then maybe we can then have that dialogue. So we're pushing for that. Right now, we're pushing. We were pushing to have it in June, but we may push it back to September. If we can do this, Navajo Nation would be the first in Indian country to call this meeting. And it's not just going to be the elected officials, it's going to be the people. That's the whole thing, is what we're trying to say is, as elected officials, we're going to tell you where we're at, and then we're going to step aside. And then it's going to be the people who are going to ask questions. The people are the ones who are going to be asking you, FBI, what is going on? What kind of resources do we have out there? Where can we go to get this resource? So that's what we're working on right now. And it sounds like it's really easy, but it's not. Especially calling upon the FBI, it's not an easy task. So we have a letter that's going out, and we're going to start pushing for September. We originally said June or July, but talking to Senator Lujan, he said, yeah, you might need to give us a little bit more time. Once you send out that letter, we will get involved. As senators and representatives, we're going to get involved, and we're going to tell them we're going to be there. We are going to be there so we can hear how you guys answer to the Navajo people. And that is a commitment that we got right now from, yes, I know it's like so exciting. So Mr. Detention, you better be ready because we might be asking for your help to get this going and to get it out there. We also got the commitment from BIA, Office of Justice Services, that said, you tell us where and when and we'll be there. We just need FBI and we need the U.S. Attorney General's office. Why do we need them? Because when crimes happen and they fall under, we have a certain category under United States Code that says if these following things happen, those cases get referred to the federal government. So murdered cases, there's some cases where if they are missing, some of them get referred, some of them sometimes they don't get referred. But that's information that you, the people, need to know. So we are working on that. In addition to that, Mr. Atencio, you brought up that meeting at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. We were not invited. We didn't know nothing about that. Myself, as chairwoman for Law and Order Committee, Delegate Amber Crotty, who has been pushing the missing murdered Indigenous women and relatives, we weren't invited. The president's office put up this meeting and they didn't even invite council, even though we were just next door. He could have came over and said, come on over, meet these guys, talk to us, tell us what's going on. Instead, I went over there and I crashed their little meeting. And I got in trouble for it. I always say I'm probably the first delegate ever to be attacked by the First Lady, and I was the first delegate ever to be chased out of the Navajo Washington House or DC office. I just got chased out last week for trying to film to show the people what was purchased by council. So, and then I got chased out of that meeting. So I really am trying to address all of this right here. I know how important it is to all of you. I know how important it is listening to the communities, and I'm trying. And I get myself in trouble all the time for that. So, but it's okay. That's my job. That's why I was elected, is to speak up for the people. So I will be happy to sit down to do this consultation. And then the last thing I will say is, and this is based on Milton. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for coming up, and talking about. I agree with you. Chapters need to open. We are seeing a number of people at flea markets. We go to Walmart. It's like you have your own chapter meeting there because everybody is there. Everywhere it's opening up. And I don't know why the council keeps voting to keep the chapters closed. I voted no when they asked for a 6-month extension. I don't think that our chapters, we need to open. We need to hear the people. We have over $1 billion of ARPA money that hasn't been spent yet. Our people need to be the voice. They need to tell us what they went through in their community, what they saw in their community, what they experienced in their community. You guys don't need to be told by Window Rock what you guys need. We need the people to tell us what they need. And so I have been a big supporter of that. Open up our chapter houses. Our people, we all know the rules. I'm pretty sure all of us in here, we got vaccinated. I'm sure all of us in here, we get tested regularly, and we wear our masks, except I'm not wearing my mask, but I'm more than 6 feet away from you guys, so I think I'm okay. But yes, we do need to open our chapter houses. So I'm with you on that, Milton. I didn't get your last name. I'm sorry. Jim, Mr. Jim Shahat, thank you. Mr. Johnny Johnson, he talked about, how things were back then. And I always wonder that, our elders got so much done with limited education. I remember in my Shiprock community, there used to be a what do you call it? Like a drive-through movie. Is that what it's called? Drive-in movie. I've been to one. I've been to three. I've been to three drive-ins. There was a motel there in Shiprock. There was a restaurant there in Shiprock. There was even a bank at one time there in Shiprock. We have Wells Fargo. I don't know if that kind of counts, but we had all of that. Our elders were the ones who did that. Today it's like moving mountains just to get something done. And it's all of that bureaucracy and red tape that has been created that is going on right now. That's making it hard, even with this right here, making it hard for us to just be able to just go into a community and build a building. But at the same time, it is good that we have that proper, we know what's going on, because with that, we also have a lot of abandoned buildings that nobody is in right now because it wasn't properly planned. As far as the directives go, we have passed directives. We have tried, as Delegate Otto so stated, council is always asking the executive administration, what is your plan? What are you doing? How can we help you? How many of you in here right now are still waiting on your hardship checks? Just a few. I'm asking that question because at council, we gave the money. We said, give it to the Navajo people. We gave the money for the hardship. The executive branch is the one that implements, meaning they're the ones who decide the way the process is going to go. So what you guys are experiencing with hardship is exactly what everybody is experiencing with public safety. And we're over here at council saying, we already passed these laws. We already gave you money. We already told you what needs to happen. What else what else do you want us to do? Delegate Otto So said it really good in his, in his I always say his Heshkef voice. He said, what do they want us to do? Go over there with our hammer and nails and build a building ourselves? Is that what a delegate's supposed to do? We have three responsibilities. By law, we have three responsibilities. Number one is we create and we pass laws. Number two is we allocate and we appropriate funding. Number three is we serve as the oversight on these divisions and these departments. That is what the law says. And so that's when we bring Division of Public Safety and we ask them, what's going on? They share with us what's really going on. And we're trying to share that with the community. So it's not just, the fault of just one, I guess, division or department. It's really kind of a whole big thing that we're trying to, I guess, fix, and we're trying to address at this point. So the directives, we have them in place, but it's up to the administration on whether they're going to listen to us. And I can tell you right now, not one time through this whole administration has President Nez asked to sit down with me to talk about public safety and justice. Not one time. That's what we face. And then when we go and we talk to the division directors or we talk to the people in charge, we are told, leave them alone. No, West. That's not your responsibility. That's not your job. So right now, this year, I'm telling President Nez, then do your job. Do what the elected people, the people elected you to do. It is your responsibility to address the services to the Navajo people. If they are not getting the services for public safety and justice, you're not doing your job. Come over, work with us. If you want me to go over and work with you, I'll come over and I'll work with you. 2 times I had appointments with him. The first time he canceled because he was running. The second time he canceled, I don't know why. He wasn't in the office. I was there the second time with Daniel So. We went over to go talk to him and we were told he's not here. We don't know where he's at. So I said, okay. So when this election year now, The president, whoever is going to be running for president, it is so important that they work with council. So important, because this right here is the work of the Law and Order Committee. The president's office has not put one foot, one finger, nothing in the work that we're doing. But what they have been doing is they've been telling their police officers, don't talk to the committee members, don't talk to council, don't tell them what you need. Now with under new leadership, under Chief Noon, our police officers are actually coming out saying, you know what, we need help with this. And that's why we're here. So when we're talking about election year directives, just know that, you know, that's where I stand. And I think it's so important. It's very, very important. When the president, when the person who's running for president comes here, you ask them, how do you plan to work with council? Because Chair of Health Education Human Services, we just found out that we can't meet with Veterans Administration because one man, we have to get his permission. I said, when did that person become elected by the people to speak on behalf of the people? He was appointed. Because of that, I wasn't able to speak to Veterans Administration. Our Gallup clinic is going to be shut down, and they would not meet with me because they said, you need to get permission from President Nez and Mr. James Warline in order for us to meet with you. Wow. Same thing, Indian Health Services. We have tried to meet with them, and they told us the same thing. We don't meet with council delegates. President Nez said we can only get his permission, or if he says it's okay, then that's the only way we can work with you. You know who that hurts? That hurts you guys. Because this is all I've been working on as a council delegate for my committee. I've been working on shiprock projects too, but for my committee for helping the Navajo Nation, this is what I know. But we're not invited to those meetings. We're not invited to the table when it comes to talking about ideas that we have to fix what's going on the nation for our people. And then the last thing is with the Cross Commission, we did get information. We had a meeting. I'm sorry, this here, just so you guys know, I travel with this all the time. And it's usually more prepared, but I just came back from DC, so I just hurry up and threw it outside of my luggage, and I threw it in my car, and it just kind of got all crazy. But this is, when we talk about public safety and justice, this is all the work that we have done. And so this is what I've been working with. And I got more documents that I have to add to my listing here. But I can tell you with Cross Commission, we did have a meeting with November 15th. We had a meeting in Landing. And at that time, we talked a little bit about Cross Commission. And that's when we got a lot of information about what Cross Commission was happening. At that time, we found out that the memorandum of agreement between the state of Utah and New Mexico, the state of Utah and the Navajo Nation, it was sitting there for 2.5 years, and it wasn't moving. So Delegate Otto So said, I'll drop legislation to get it going. Within 2 weeks, we got the MOA passed by council. So now there's an MOA in place between the state of Utah and the Navajo Nation. See, that's what happens when the administration and council, when they don't communicate. That MOA got stuck at the Department of Justice and then Division of Public Safety. It got stuck there. Nobody reached out to a delegate to say, hey, we need help to get this agreement through. But we got it through. Right now, I do know that in 2021, there was McKinley County Sheriff's Office, Sandoval County Sheriff's Office, and then we also have, looking for San Juan, that was San Juan County, Utah. These are, from my understanding, MOAs and MOUs that are currently in place. They last about 10 years. The McKinley County Sheriff's Office and the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office, they entered into the MOU in 2021. So that's in place right now. San Juan County for New Mexico, We also have the New Mexico State Police that also has an MOU and an MOA in place. I don't see San Juan County. I don't see for New Mexico. I only see San Juan County for Utah. So what we were told is that there's some law enforcement agencies that have entered into MAAs, which is memorandum something agreement. MOUs is memorandum of understanding agreements with the Navajo Nation that are currently, some of them are expired and some of them are in the process of getting renewed. So the list that we got right now that says that we currently have an MOU or an MOA in place right now that will last for 10 years. We have New Mexico State Police, McKinley County, Sandoval County, Socorro County, Apache County. That's all the sheriff offices. New Mexico State Police, I think I already said that. Utah State Highway Patrol, San Juan County, Utah. What's that? Mutual Assistance Agreement. There you go. So we have the listing here. So there is an MOU and an MAA in place right now for your cross-commission for your officers. But remember, only Division of Public Safety can call upon them for help. That's kind of because it comes down to the jurisdiction. So there's just a lot of legal things in there, a lot of them that are set by the federal government, not by the Navajo Nation. So with that, those are my answers, and I apologize. I know that Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Vince James, and Delegate Otto So, they're still on the line, but they're also meeting with Senator Sinema right now, and that's why I'm answering the questions, because usually they'll jump in and they'll answer questions as well. Chief Moon, are you still on the line? Chief Moon? On the line?
Can you hear me?
Do we have anybody from Division of Public Safety on the line?
This is Chief. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Chief Moon. Yes, we can hear you. I'm going to go ahead and put the phone up to the microphone. If there is anything that I may have missed or anything that needs to be clarified, if you could share that with us at this time. The floor is yours, Chief Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, everybody listening in, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, chapter officials. This is a lot of information to process, and I did take a couple of notes and wanted to address some of the things that were brought up. First of all, as far as the mutual aid agreements go, the MOUs, MAAs, that document represents our permission. So if Sandoval County is telling the residents out there they need permission, that's what that document serves as. I think in the one incident that Delegate Daniel So was talking about, where they said they needed permission from me or the division director, it was to actually take a case and run it through. And in my position on that is if they're willing to help in that way, then we're not going to tell them no, they can't help. We would just offer our support, to help them in the investigation, or in a lot of cases, I would just like a heads up if they took care of a problem out there, just to let me know. So that document itself serves as permission. That's why we got into the agreement, because it's counterintuitive if I have to, or the director has to give permission every single time a case comes up. So just to clarify that part. As far as the the issues out there in the eastern area, before COVID hit, before chapters closed, the Crown Point District placed the responsibility on the sergeants to have these continuous meetings with the chapters that they were assigned to. And of course, the chapter's closed. So we're slowly picking that back up. And right now, Crown Point is looking to at least host 3 chapter meetings a month. I've also recommended that they start doing a quarterly online Zoom type of meeting, so that everybody is at the table virtually. This whole deal with the pandemic really threw a monkey wrench into a lot of our plans. So just to give you all a little bit of background about me, I came to Navajo PD in 2019. I came from the Farmington, New Mexico Police Department. After 23 and a half years, I retired as a deputy chief of Farmington. I came here as a deputy chief. And for my first 3 years and 3 months, 2 years, 3 months of that time has been, been here under the pandemic and COVID. So it's really been difficult. And I took over the reins as the chief of police on January 1. And I do understand the frustration. I do know that, that we are short-handed out here. And, the thing that I keep saying is I'm not here to make excuses for, the police department. If we're not doing our job, I need to know about it. But I also, on the other hand, want to, we've talked about this a lot already, but, so for right now in Crown Point, there's 16 to 18 officers on patrol. What that usually equates to is 2 to 3 officers per shift. And a lot of the call load from Crown Point comes from the western side, around the Gallup area. So if you can imagine 1 or 2 officers getting dispatched to a domestic violence call and then having to respond to a call out in your area, of course, there's going to be a delayed response. And that's just the reality of the situation of what we're facing. To clarify a deal on the plane crash, I did get word that we were there. But the plane crashing falls under the jurisdiction of the NTSB and the FAA. So when state police got there, they took over and waiting for those federal officials to arrive. Let's see. And I understand you guys, thinking about different solutions. One of them being, RAMA and doing what RAMA has done with their 638 contract. The only thing, I guess the main point that I want to emphasize is something that Madam Chair touched on. For this last academy class, we had 280 applicants. Going through the background, we lost most of them. We started our academy with 32 cadets. And presently we are down to 12. So this is a situation where, it's the issue isn't us not wanting to do our job, us being lazy, not responsive. We can't get people hired. So that would be my challenge to all of you out there, just like Madam Chair had said. I brought this up at the meeting in Lecce, talking about maybe starting more targeted recruiting efforts in these rural areas, isolated areas, so that, when people, if they want to serve as a police officer in their communities, having them let us know that, because what normally happens is, when we look at our numbers in our districts, our district that needs the most attention is Dilcon, because there's not a lot of officers down there, but nobody wants to work in Dilcon. And, so, Loop was mentioned, so that's kind of what we're looking at, is if there's people in those communities that don't have police officers, help us out in that way. You guys all know, who your community members are. You all know who are the ones that are always helping, who are the ones that have that desire to serve and get them to us, because we're not having a lot of luck, and we're discovering that the people who join the police department have no life experience. They don't know what to expect. They're not prepared, and they don't make it. So that brought up the topic of, shall we drop the minimum age of hiring to 18 so that we can at least prevent them from doing something foolish between 18 and 21? Let's get them onboarded. And, there's the concern of maturity, but we have ways that we can address that to where we can make them part of a two-man unit, so that we always have two officers responding to calls, or we can have them do like serving civil papers or things like that, but that's what we're looking at now. And so now we're at the point of where I have to get with DPM to change the job description, and then on the Navajo Post board to change the age requirement. So we're getting to the point of where, we're going to open the doors to 18-year-olds. And I think I'm really hoping that helps, because, this, ever since I got here, one of the things that I've lost sleep over the most is, am I going to get that call tonight? And just over the weekend, an example, we had an officer respond to a call, check out a suspicious vehicle. One of the people fled from the vehicle, and the other two attacked the officer. He was trying to cuff one while the other got on his back and started to choke him. Luckily, he was able to fight him off until Navajo County arrived. So those are the things that I lose sleep over. And I understand that people want officers to respond, but this is, we had a saying in Farmington where I came from is, you don't one-man, two-man calls. So if a domestic violence calls comes out and they dispatch one officer, the officer is trained to stand by until another one starts that way, because, it's a safety issue. What I've come to just realize, and I hate that I have to accept this, is we don't have a choice. So when we're talking about officers, not only in Crown Point, but across all the districts, is our sergeants, who I rely on to make sure that everything is being done right. They're my quality control as far as police services. They're having to respond to calls as well. And it just creates a lot of problems. And we see a lot of things pop up with reports not being turned in, or reports not having elements of a crime, and the things that the sergeants are supposed to be taking care of are starting to fall through the cracks because they're having to respond to calls, with the officers. So I guess also what I want to let everybody know is I'm not hiding officers anywhere. And I get that there's these issues that come up in this district, that, just like Vice Chair said so passionately, that we're experiencing this in all the districts. And so I'm trying to figure out, what I can do with the help of Law and Order Committee. And that's one of the things that I will say to you all, that I am very, very grateful to the advocacy of the Law and Order Committee and Madam Chair, to finding out that we can use money to, for raises, or not raises, bonuses, hire on bonuses, that we have created, we brought back the drug and gang unit. We call them the PACE unit. It's a proactive criminal enforcement unit. Unfortunately, we only were able to, we have a sergeant and two officers, and then attached to that team is our canine officers. We have 4 currently, and 3 are at training right now. So we'll have a canine in each district. But the problem is we didn't bring on 7 new officers or 10 new officers. We're having to take these officers from districts to try to fill this need. So then it leaves the districts short. So my main focus right now is trying to get people hired. And so that's why I'm saying, we need your help. if you guys are able to identify people that can get through a background, just like Madam Chair said, 12 people per academy is not going to cut it. So when we have the assessment done, we were told we need at least 500 officers to conduct the basic functions of police. So we checked the numbers, and that just 500 entry-level officers is going to cost at least $38 million in personnel expenses. So that's a lot of money. What else do we need to talk about? For the being shorthanded in the Crown Point district, what we've tried to do is have Winter Rock shift some officers east so that Crown Point is able to shift some of their offices out to the eastern area, like your area and Tajali. But one of the things that I run into is, this police department is separated into 7 districts, and each district has their own account. And for me to move people, there's DPM. I mean, it becomes part of the process. To where we have to, if we're going to reassign somebody, change their work site, we have to get permission through DPM. And it's just not me saying you need to go here tomorrow to help cover. I mean, I could do that, but a lot of the times what I'll end up doing is facing, a grievance because an officer is going to say, I don't want to work out there. So there's a lot of things that happen here, and the red tape that was mentioned earlier has been a frustration for me. But that's something, I hope that we can get past. And like I said, as far as meeting with communities, hopefully we will get better at that. If we do have this set down with you, I'll be more than happy to come to it. I have a couple of my staff are recovering from COVID, so I'm here at headquarters. I'm the only uniformed person in the building holding down the fort. So, that's another reality we have to deal with is COVID. So I hear your concerns. I really do. And I'm trying the best that I can, with the help of LOC to try to figure out ways to get people hired, keep people here, and just, like I've stated before, I want the officers who work here to have all the experiences that I had coming up in law enforcement. And just so everybody understands, even with these cross-commission agreements, this happens a lot out in Vice Chair So's area in Tuba City. When Hopi calls for help, we go, because we can sort out all the other stuff later. And that's kind of what I expect, from all the bordering agencies, that's the attitude that we're going to have. So I hope I covered everything I need to. I apologize, I'm a little hoarse, but if anybody has any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Moon. I'm going to go ahead and position my phone closer to the speaker because we do have a question by Chair Daniel So, and then also President Montoya. Oh, hold on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, Auto Law and Order Committee. Out of the folks in the room, I guess the main thing, Police Chief Noon, we appreciate the whole aspect of where you're wanting to help and for being positive in what we've asked before. The main thing is this cross-commission document. If you could, the one that's specific to McKinley County, Sandoval County, and San Juan County. If we could get that particular document, they would really appreciate it. And then the other is a lot of this work is the result of an executive order that was signed by President Biden back in November 15th of 2021. It's the executive order on improving public safety and criminal investigation and to address the missing and murdered Indigenous people. Within that executive order, there was a 6-month timeline established where Madam Secretary Deb Haaland has to submit a report back to the executive offices. And so from our chapters, we will be submitting documents to talk about the issues that we're facing. And also, Madam Chair Charles Newton said that a first responder offices include fire station and EMS. For the 5 chapters here, Whitehorse Lake, Pueblo Ventado, Orion, Ojo Encino, and Counselor, we do have a fire station at Pueblo Ventado, a fire station at Orion, and a third one is being worked on. The land is withdrawn. We have a commitment from Sandoval County to put up a fire station that would basically serve inclusive of Counselor and Ojo Encino. The other is we do have one EMS established at Torreon. So the aspect of a cookie cutter first responder facility, we do have those other services available through the counties. And so, and at the present time, we do not, the facility in improvement and repair of those 3 facilities doesn't fall within the Navajo Nation or within the chapter's needs. So if Shiprock doesn't want the 8.6 million, certainly we will be willing to take that particular pot of money to bring here. Again, part of this, the factors that are outlined by Madam Chair, the data, call for services, arrest, detention, prosecutor, and judicial. The judicial services is already existing in the area, but again, because of the lack of cases, it only warrants 1 or 2 days a week. So in that aspect, we would also ask the committee to look at the isolation factor, the distance from the district stations. That would be one of the items that I think is very an important factor, and that would certainly cut down on the response times. And to go back to the time period 91 to 95, at the time I was on the council, and I requested the president to look at hiring people from the community. And at that time, we had one officer that came on board for Ojo Encino, another officer came on board for Torreon, and another officer came for Pueblo Ventado. So what the ask right now is something that was accomplished back in the 90s. And incidentally, the officer that was from Torreon, he's now a deputy sheriff for one of the counties in Arizona. The officer that came from Pintado, he's now on part of the Drug Enforcement Task Force. So we do have quality people. And after the public hearing that occurred in Torreon, and there was an ask for folks to apply. As I recall, there was 4 that applied, and I vaguely recall that 2 were still in the running. So again, we will issue that particular ask to the community people. We know that there are folks that have served in the armed forces, and they certainly could transition into the aspect of public safety. And so those are some things that we would really like to address, and the parameters for redoing the plan. I know in previous years, during the Obama administration, there was the Navajo Nation put up, because federal funding was available, they put up prisons and huge complexes. The Crown Point facility, the jail, it's almost empty weekend and weekdays. So the planning aspect certainly wasn't on target. And to again propose a first responder facility 30 miles away from a facility that sits half or maybe 80 to 90% empty 100% of the time is also, for me, poor planning. And that's why I really want the community people to have a say-so. And the chapter government really needs to, I guess what I remember our legendary mother, Dr. Annie Monica. Tato, os denos on, denos on. And what she meant was keep a sharp eye on the government. Pull those services to your communities. Hang on. Don't let it go. And that was the intent and purposes of that statement. And really, it holds true. I was so in that aspect, this is what we really are demonstrating to the Law and Order Committee. We want those services out at the periphery of the jurisdictional sovereign area of the Navajo Nation. We want to also, I guess the other part is we also, in that aspect, we are continuing to push for the roads, and part of it is to address the access to a quicker response time. There are many other actors that we could bring on, but I would like to, Madam Chair, ask that we have an individual that's on the call. She's been very active as far as Torreon Star Lake chapter. After the folks that you named off finish, I'd like to allow Miss Vivian Mitchell to also speak. She's on the Zoom call, the teleconference call. Law and Order Committee Chair Lato Njononi Nakahin to Sato Asto be nothing chino quite Njono it quite the cow in like Kajo up Njono a Sato it and then you can get the okay.
Kasi aki headline kwagi sana ho agi she notice Rochelle Montoya Torreon Star Lake chapter president. Yat a Chief Noon to aki headline kit a henzi ba aki hensen others is a native Chief Noon, my name is Rochelle Montoya. I'm the chapter president for Torreon Star Lake chapter. And I just wanted to say thank you for being on the call and addressing our communities here in far eastern Navajo Nation. We are, as I had mentioned before, we are about an hour and 15 minutes from Crown Point, where the Navajo Nation Police Department is located for Eastern Navajo Agency. And I'm saying in Crown Point and Eastern Navajo Agency because we're always being included in Crown Point, and they're calling it Crown Point Agency. It is not Crown Point Agency. Crown Point has its own chapter, it has its own community, and we are Eastern Navajo Agency. And when you talk about Crown Point and you name Crown Point, to us, when we're listening from out here, we're thinking that you're only talking about that short or that small community there, Crown Point. And so I just wanted to make that clear. We had a public forum back last year at our community in Torreon at our local day school, and I don't think you were there, and you were not chief at that point. But after the forum, I spoke to one of the, I believe it was a lieutenant, and we let them know that we had a single wide mobile home for our police officer that would get assigned to our area to live in. We've had this mobile home for quite a long time, and it's located in a fenced area where our EMS or our Sandoval County Volunteer Fire Department is located. And another thing that happened after the forum was we had a police recruitment drive at our chapter house facility. And we had 4 people sign up and 3 passed. We never got any other updates as far as what happened with those 3 people. And so from the Law and Order committees asking our communities to commit and request our people to be a part of the police department, we were told that at that time, and we did do that. And we do have a mobile home for someone to live in. And then another thing after the public forum, speaking to that same lieutenant, I used to live in Artesia, New Mexico. Artesia, New Mexico is southern New Mexico. They have the what they call FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy down there. And my children went to school down there. And one of the things one of the programs that they were offered was to become a junior police officer. They were high school seniors. My children were not 18 at that time, but they were almost 18. And so the program was open to 18-year-old high school seniors or individuals that were almost 18 within a certain amount of time, but they would graduate from high school as 18 years old. And these individuals would shadow police officers, the Artesia Police Department, and learn how to become a police officer, learn the laws, all these different things was what my kids excitedly brought home to us when we lived in Artesia. And that was one of the suggestions that I made to the lieutenant at that time. And I'm happy to hear that possibly the age limit will be reduced to 18. I'm not too sure how a lot of our other children are, but I'm very proud to say that when my children were 18, they were mature and they had been instilled with the love for our community and they want to help our community. And I have many brothers and sisters and cousins that have children. I have nieces and nephews, and I believe that those type of morals were instilled in them too. And he kwagi 18 beta for hiki so ani hut a ik adnanish bada dan kwagi le 21 beta for going ta they can become a police officer. And so between that time of graduating from high school and getting to that age, sometimes temptations happen, things happen, and they have that one mark on their background check that really messes them up to become a police officer. And so I really hope that goes through. I really hope that the Department of Personnel Management is positively assisting in that endeavor. I've had a recent experience with DPM that I'm just going to pray that it happens because my situation was not a positive outcome. But
President Montoya Chi, thank you for that. We'll go ahead and I did get a message on Vivian Mitchell, who is on the call. Let me go ahead and position the phone so that we can hear her speak. So if you just give me just a second. Miss Vivian Mitchell, are you on the call?
Oh, yeah, it's Vivian Mitchell, Let me Madam Chair, Daniel So, National I Asia Schneid, Auto So Asia Chet, a course into the Schneidel. We're coming out to Encino. Just wanted to give you guys some background information. 1996, I thought I graduated from high school. That was in May. I got hired on as an intern for Navajo Nation EMS 3 months later. In Navajo Nation EMS, so my supervisor at that time was Johnny Johnson. Yate Shanala, I hope you're still on the call. Back then, my name was Vivian Chiquito. A call on Neo. I used to get up at 5 in the morning, leave by 5:30, and drive all the way to Crown Point to pick up the ambulance, check the ambulance, get my reports in, and drive all the way back to Torreon just so we can sit at the small trailer from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock by myself. I did this all by myself as a young 17-year-old at that time because I graduated when I was 17 years old. That's where I got the heart for my community. That's where I wanted to make sure that I can make a change in my community. That program failed. Our EMS station got shut down. I was offered to transfer over to Winslow. I said, no, I don't think so, because I want to help my community. But through that, I learned a lot of things. I worked with Mount Taylor Ambulance, MedStar Ambulance out in Gallup, and Dulce Hickory EMS. So, I don't know if you guys can, there you go. And I understand this memorandum of agreement. I got hired that August, and that February, my brother passed away. He was in a car accident. It was very, very cold at night, and he froze to death in his at that accident. We called for police. At that time, I had to sit in an ambulance with my partner. Well, I did not respond, actually. Crown Point EMS came out. They had to sit in an ambulance. I drove to the site, and we sat there next to my brother. We couldn't even we couldn't even look at the scene. We couldn't even, we verified that he passed away. And we had to wait for police department to show up. And it was freezing. They took a long time to get there. Another example is we had a shooting a quarter of a mile from my mom's place. And this involved a police officer, Navajo Nation police officer. He was the one that actually did the shooting. And that took hours for them to respond. Through that example, through that history, we started the Torium Volunteer Fire Department. That did not come from Navajo Nation. There are documentations that our community, Torium Star Lake Chapter House, Nutmegin, has been requesting for EMS police department over 80 years. It is documented. Using that information, we pushed for a fire department through the school, through the BIE. That's where we started. And one of the original founders of Torium Volunteer Fire Department, the first female firefighter, the first female EMT intermediate. We started with nothing. We had so many red tapes. We had to jump through so many loops. We made so many travels to Window Rock, to Crown Point. We talked to Miss Peggy in Window Rock. So we did a lot of groundwork. And, I'm so sad that the EMS that we started, or the Torium Volunteer Fire Department, from there, then we moved on to get EMS. That EMS is being moved over to OHO. It's kind of sad, but what can we do? So back to police department, substation. Yes, we need it. So Zahi, it's been long enough. How are we going to move forward if we're not getting help? You have Shiyaj Milton Jim sitting there telling you, not too long ago, his house was vandalized. His vehicle was vandalized. He had no choice but to sit in his home and just watch. Because you have young teenagers, breaking down the windows to the trailer, to the cars. I don't think anything was done with that. We have these reports. We have our community members complaining, and yet they don't step forward because why? Why are we saying anything? They're not going to help us. We've been asking for help for so long. There's no hope. There is so much discouragement among our community members. Why are we doing this? We had the forum in Torium Day School not too long ago. Our community members, they showed up. They did. They wanted to speak. What did the Navajo police department do? They did their report. Oh, we got to go. We can't stay. And they wanted the ranger station and other departments to go ahead and stay and wait and listen to our concerns to the police department, and yet they wanted to skip out. And at that time, Yaj Lydell Rafael got upset. He goes, hey, what's going on? You need to stay here and listen to the concerns of the people. So they were able to make that police lieutenant stay and the other officers that showed up and listen to the concerns. Now you guys are talking about data, statistic, information. Everything works and is being pushed with numbers, statistic, data. I want to know how this substation is placed in Pueblo Pintada. I want to know how these 32,169 call-in is justified for Pueblo Pintada when they only have 449 registered voters. Encino has 588. Torreon has 1,028. Whitehorse has 546. Counselor has 519. And Crown Point has 1,069. How do you justify those call-in numbers? And if you look at voter registration, there's only 449.
Ms. Mitchell, just really quickly, a point of order was called. Just to clarify, that's for Crown Point Agency. And that's the way that it's reported, Crown Point Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Crown Point Agency, but is there a way that we can break that number down to where it's verified? We need to get information from Sandoval County. When you call 911 from Torreon, it automatically goes to Sandoval. And then Sandoval has to reach Navajo Nation, depending on where you're at. And those numbers need to be collected from these areas. Sandoval dispatch number. San Juan, McKinley, because all those areas are right there for Ojo Counselor, Torreon, Whitehorse, Rica Marcus. Those numbers need to be accumulated and verified and documented. If you guys could go through that, I would appreciate that. And Shiche Autoso, I appreciate your words. And right now, how many officers are currently assigned to just Eastern Agency, Torreon area? Not Crown Point. How many is it out there for Torreon? And then Shananta, Miss Madam Chair, you were complaining about how the office of the president doesn't hear you. And they don't hear you. They won't allow to go to these meetings.
I'm going to correct you there. I wasn't complaining. I was sharing information on the way things work. So let's be careful in the way that we are conveying information. And then as far as the data that was already requested, and we already talked about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I do apologize for my wording. We had that same issue with Torreon Chapter House. We put in our resolution, we do this, but it doesn't go through. It gets stuck. It just gets stuck. We ask for help. It just gets stuck. It's communication issues throughout everything. That's just my concern, and I just wanted to address that. And thank you for allowing your time. I appreciate it. We're trying to help each other, and thank you for pushing the things that you're pushing. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead, and at this time, we have people who are leaving who have to get onto other calls. It is 3:22. I know that we just now have President Rochelle Chi Montoya, who just now had to leave to take another call. So at this time, I'd like to ask, are there any other questions or comments? Oh, Mr. Johnson, and then we'll go ahead and we'll move to you, ma'am, okay? Mr. Johnson.
Honorable Delegates, Law and Order Commission, our committee, now, so Anido, Honorable Delegate, so Shanai, I don't can hit Tanigi. After for yet, oh, not this, I don't in the shape of the rate, I have but I didn't. And I think community input is critical. I don't think they should be just put on the wall and come back years' time to say, the whole thing. And the people that really need to be listened to is our constituents out here. They're the one that had all the experiences. Yeah. I don't know. It's universal. At my Standing Rock chapter, I do get the same concern, complaints, or sometimes I get confronted. Mr. Vice President, but we have to work with the system. And especially those that know more or know it all when they get after you. But they don't provide those services. Yeah. People do get called. Just most recent. One person came to me and said, hey, I called Comport PD 3:30 in the afternoon, and nobody showed up or called me back until 2 days later, see if I still needed police. And that's a long time. And performance phase, that's unacceptable in any way. They should do follow-up calls more frequently than until a couple of days later or so. They were looking for 10 acres. And Chief Noon, this is within the last 18 months or so, maybe 24. They asked for 10 acres of land because there was 10 million or $9 or $10 million funds available. And because that's on trust land, they want to pursue a substation as well as units for law enforcement. No, for one-stop shop. We can finish that. Point the police station. So we did offer that, and he said if they're serious, we can pursue getting all the necessary alignments to be done, and we can go from there. In the meantime, we have an extra building facility that we can use as a substation. Prior years, maybe 5-6 years ago, under Crown Point District, they also asked for facility, so we renovated to their liking, and we spent over $10,000 to renovate it. That's also available. In the meantime, we're working all these, and your officers can provide call services from data. But moreover, they wanted a firing range, so we also look for firing range. And so with those three, we haven't got a feedback, and no one's come back to us. And I think some chapters, like Torion mentioned, and other chapters, we have offered our services on how we can assist, but they're not being followed through. So in Standing Rock, those are still available, and I'm sure Torion and here at Ojo Encino is the same. They have, provided these requests, but I think executive needs to come through and carry out these requests. Otherwise, they will continue to have these discussions. Yes, services been there, and they've been either pros or cons on it, but that's programmed. That's something we have to work with. But we need to maintain those public safety and services because safety is an issue. Safety is a concern for all, including law enforcement, EMS, fire department, and so forth. So, Shinondai, let's continue to drive on this meeting that we started again, or if this is halfway, let's complete what we really need. And let's not wait on those that are providing services for us. We need to stay behind what we're requesting and let them know that this is what we really need. And the only time, things happen is if you're really confident with yourself and pursue. Commitments are there and they're subject to change. But if we stay focused, I think we can complete that. And Sadeja, I think if you, stay around in the long-term basis, we really need these public safety services here in Eastern, as well as across the Navajo Nation. So we can have all the data, all the information, but if the service is not provided, we're not doing anything for our constituents and the safety of the Navajo Nation public. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair, we have one person who's going to speak, and then I'll turn it back over to LOC committee members.
Yeah, Detention Ani Ade Nahatanai so Tado Peshbahas an Johota a title. Other Kodot, the chapter officials Mahatan Saton Hatan Halpa. Shea Jeanette Vice in Shadow, Aquado East on Sinado, Kilachin, Schloss, Bashes Chain, Hatnesan, National Tobas, Aja, Dashe. Ado, Nage Ani Senior Center, Ajnashnesh. Could you Fayate, public safety, Hatnini. Every day we go either north or west. Northeast Ajo, Chianda Dika, every day. Monday through Friday, we work with seniors that are from 60 all the way up to 95. A lot of them are Sanazda, they're by themselves. Family members might come and visit them once a week or once a month. And one of the things they ask is, Eden Hashin, Agenda Nani, Atahanta Huit Ahi, Ashka Aya, Pakat or what has Ado Ed or Walia Yahit Nesse, Eta Hakaho, Haja last up at all no be hot a. That known that I just kid, of course, the grandkids use the Balando, Action, but the adults with the Balanta Hashin Tashin, a call. Every, I guess you say, every weekend that Hashin Sago. Puts an Isahi dog at Aya as it's and the Isahi Hitansi mess at Nini. Oh, I had about all that. In fact, Asian caught that a bay being in Hitansi do, baits and Alte do, Hashin Sago, it's a nail day. A call. The red Tory on John that a car, no what they don't that the car, we have a boundary in Helen. Other Kojota go down that a car, there's hot spots. Isn't it? The fed the husband caught and just needs it. Although I had to not on just that a cohort a hege a auto if you jihot or band is the Tiban Aldese. A Kotsula Bakawajas now, yeah, it's just I had no a competent job, but I think you know what there's cell phone. There's job, but when it's here, it's just I had no Skotika. So it's a go. Nane Katon Reish Kanaho Atle. Hat 18 is what they say. A quarter nese. Of what Anchin Hatchin, but the wheel netto, you had up at 8 knees. A conda dobedes neither. You had up at 8 knees and Ahaja tabakat o wasito patates nida. Ashaw the hatit ahoda. Isn't the initial of John Day Jotane. Yataski, a behavior health yet ya artisne. They can call for service to like Katahadne. They can be arrested. They can be in detention. Other prosecutors, she's to Hashit or Banaha Auto Bahwinti, a condit Abetel. Abetel, eh, Sisnise. Dorsle in Kisleha, Mahat Hindi start in Kisne. A cock crab ba edit. A cock crack and Himasan get shaking out the Dandeni, Yanda Oka. Ashka date, aha de Walia because Ajish, Ash such a thought and what Kaho, Heda, but Giaskio, a Giataski ish at the hollow. Jala, Ahase is what they ask us. A consequent that the Kaho, and the Rede Ajnash, Neko, I want that the Kaho, Kona has the Holian has a conle Crown Point right now, at the has any behavior health Crown Point, it able has a Crown Point, you had ne call Yeni, which I had did Virginia. Nadi Seho, Naki Kaho, the Nadi Seho. At the need Ajuation and data shifne. Aju has any don't hit it. A shipim SBA show ja. Aju based upon that suggestion, than shifne. A call Aju has now a Nada need appointment Hana had out a Handa a Kodoya Shoda, but try now has no, not as the Baho Zeta. No yenda, I just kid. A call Haled a Kode Department of Health, Behavior Health at Nini. Haled a Koji to life now, Nishla. Haled I said, Fatla. Joe to Hashin, so not at the Kedisa. Isn't that Nishashi, but St. John and Day. A call Anika or Z lady, Torion Diha Yiswat. You should be about it. At the tip, beat ahead, Ninikin, I see. In the middle of nowhere, no real service at Nenigita. A called aha, Joshi, what it does to know, never so much know. The kid, Adenta Kato, a horde, the Nate Hart and others, and out and then post a conduct will tell the eyes or hours and the done. A call. Then my son could change and none the Danlini, he bears the Danlini, all that a young that type of service. A call. Ordinary Hanapital Eho, to be to oyetis. A day Aquashata has let you have the Hatashot. It's can't let in a nash what or less, or Sheta Hosi, jailer than Lineage or take care and dash it, no, Jeta shift at Jotane. A call Hashin, so I think that area really needs to be addressed as well. So, yeah, at the snake call. Beat and as Pino. As to Hashin shortcut at Nanita, as to should hunt a law. And I was gonna come in this morning, but I had this one, so could you put a card on lady? There's a grandpa lady, but one day, a net isn't as Kadok at Asata, a haban that the not call should know, so I should cut all the dosh not a lot. Ebic a dosh in the unration. Yan Tadish Kaha State Adi Ashwat. So a quadrupatica, they north John Bay, Apache corner that has not quite map in the league. Apache corner that has Lenegate up that king, don't know what it nana. It's not 550. I did what so when she cannot the war. A call hit should it I said that but the seats with Ebe de Kana had then a call. The agent could change my son the Danlini at Dane. Yeah, go at the Aholia. Ado, net, he not a big car, but nice clear. But it's either Ada. So it's not a hangy, Ada, that's what they tell us. Hashin Soko, so you're busy hard at Edo, I let that they nini dante ja, thank you, Ditney. A call, I did, a kid I let us so. I think it's really needed that they need to have a contact with behavioral health. Because on day from 1987, don't she, Torion, basically, those are the sort. Other can you have Tana topic in now. Other Hanado Kojin Nahasi Tra 2016 at Nasat Ohok is a down. Oh, that I hate treatment late than the Zata has Anna for Zigila. Other agency just for a negisnil. A cook at agency on what area? DJ. A call. Nagaji because Anna da a the Kodor judicial system, Yob is not a nation day. Later, the has no coordinates and get your honor. Is Jan called Yen to the dog grass, had it out of a car doctor. Lord Asadia, the day then I get hard Kadadish, that illy. A car or J had it out the other say. It's a hard, so had Elena did or while you studied cuss or Henna Pass had the in Canada. So what Hashin Soko from 1987 don't she 2016 you big hapan al dehat you huyatan al chinde dot hazo to loud need them day kade down so that every other night that's in the regi should but danta each go should the day no other Sat the egg cojo, slide on him out the lab is not a thing. A call Hashin Sokot, the mess got any so the dodge Egon Hashin, Donald the Doyosen. Eshin Fele Tafite said Hatne. O what Hashin Sokot can't date the don't have the hair sheet about all that the we're out of control at any and Hashin. You should talk at the Bandini. A call. I don't need a baby cat or was so Satona in the bonnet. At then. A call. Hashin Soko. Aji did his grandparents and Lenny Yanda Oka. I showed the great house in El Bagada. I left about the house now. Saton Hapa the house net. Then that is Nahayan that Nahata had it out the Ade. Ande to at least I know ya yet after a call. A quiet asked so about this so yeah. Get this need what I shut up no and it's a hat.
Hey, Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
So, that is because they got Neznado how Kito State as it did not be a late egg live Hakadne. The Moshe that thinks of public safety in each heart. They thought it's ego deepening not. Deepen not now, though, could they put on a high lot. Deepen not it ego dear host. Deepen not it ego, though, had it other. Although we haven't talked with the state government and county government for mission and commission agreements and so forth. What is the solution from public safety and the entities who are supposed to provide public safety to this region? Maybe if we can have a plan that public safety can move forward, that way we can go ahead and try to allow public safety to provide this plan so that their plan, they can tell you this is how we're going to take care of this issue. For instance, the no call, the call-in issue and the time response. How we're going to respond to this. This is how we're going to try to fix this. I haven't heard anything of that nature from public safety. Madam Chair, I think we're going to be going round and round pertaining to the needs, and those needs they're in other areas. But how can we get the public safety office to go ahead and provide solutions on how it can provide better service to that region? Then the other is that the dialogue between the communication of the public safety facility. How can we maybe in another form of directive on the next meeting, we can have Chief Justice and Mr. Delmar, or the correction Delmar, to work with Untitled Chapter or the tri-chapters to determine where this public safety substation will go. If Untitled is ready to go, let's build it there. Or is it staying in Pueblo Pintado? And I think the main idea is solution. And as council, we have certain authorities. They're going to need approval from their superiors. The administration will try to provide this direct service, because you have individuals talking about why. They deserve that answer. And if Mr. Jesse Delmar is on the line, maybe Mr. Delmar can provide solution comments at this time, because we're just going to go round and round about, I called the police officer, police department, and it took them 4 or 5 hours to get here, or whatever. How is public safety going to fix this? That's the reason why it's at the committee level. Maybe we can get allow public safety 2 weeks to create a plan to try to how they're going to overcome and fix this situation here. Because to what I understand, there should have been already a plan in place. There should have been already something in place so that there were citizens out there on the eastern portion of the Navajo Nation, their needs of public safety is addressed. Yeah.
Yeah, Vice Chair. Miss, I think she walked out already. So to answer that last question, and then we're going to close up with the report, is the Law and Order Committee, we oversee public safety and justice. So when people call the police, it's jails. We have prosecutors and even the judge who sentences individuals to go get treatment, but a lot of our people don't finish that treatment. In fact, it becomes voluntary. So that means that they voluntarily go in and they say, we want to get treatment, and then they leave whenever they want. They can't be forced to stay there. And so I think it really comes back to a lot of times we always say that if a person wants to get help, they're going to get help. But, if we force them, they're not going to do it. And that kind of falls into Chair Daniel So's area with behavioral health. But I can tell you, Indian Health Services, they will not provide services to those who are in detention. And then when you release them from detention, and even if you have a prosecutor saying, we have a plea agreement, you have to go get treatment, most of them don't finish treatment. And usually the judge says, well, they tried, so, we can't send them to jail because they didn't finish treatment. So that's kind of what we're facing right now. And it kind of just falls back, where we're saying a lot of that comes from the home, that teaching and that hishkajadol, that comes from the home. So I just wanted to, say with Indian Health Services, they will not provide any type of healthcare services in the detention center to anybody, who has been arrested. So that's what we're facing right now.
So I'm going to end with that. I'm going to ask Chair Daniel So if there's any parting words before we take a vote on this report to accept. Chair So.
Yeah, well, she has Madam Chair Charles Newton, Ado, Sinandai Law and Order Committee, Ado, Sinandai colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for your patience. I know you're still on the call because you have legislation that needs to be addressed by the committee. We appreciate your patience, but I also understand that you heard our story. And as we move forward, we would really like your support to make the necessary changes. Again, what we see nationwide, population drives facilities. Kokwagi, Shadeja, Vivian Mitchell talked about that. And then just the sparseness of the area warrants that there's, in this case, Brother George Warito, we know he's got water. Vice President Kyle Augustine referred to it. So we have water. The other is George Kedan basically chi had no it's some kind of alloy that's really the power line. So it's no longer basically chi. It's a mixture of steel and iron and copper. Cool. So that's in place, and the chapter has withdrawn land that is already on tribal trust land. So that's the aspect we really want to push forward. Though again, there are going to be 3 fire stations within the area. There will be a new EMS building at Torreon, and there will be a new hospital or a health center at Pueblo Pintado. So those other related facilities are within the area. So, but the main thing is the fact that the availability of water. We are part of the system that is the Cutter Lateral, where there will be an abundance of water. So those are some things that we I guess put on the plus side, where we want this new planning document to reevaluate. Again, it goes back to the aspect that if it's built at Pintado, that's just 30 miles away from that major facility at Crown Point. Again, the public safety aspect, the jail, it's almost empty 90% of the time. So poor planning for that one shouldn't equal poor planning for this facility. We want excellent plan. And the reason we're saying that is, you know, people of this area, Rio Rancho is only an hour 15 minutes away. For people to drive to Crown Point for groceries only is also an hour and 15 minutes. But over when they go to Rio Rancho, and there's all kinds of, there's Walmart, there's Albertsons, there's Walgreens, drugstores. So those aspects that really drive the fact that people don't normally go to Crown Point from this area. So those are some factors that we really want to push for our colleagues to acknowledge. Law and Order Committee, thank you for giving us the undivided attention. Thank you for listening to us rather than visiting with Senator Sinema. And we really look forward to working closely with the Law and Order Committee. So
with that, committee members, we have heard the report provided to us from the Ojo Encino chapter officials and the surrounding chapters regarding the police substation for Eastern Navajo chapters and then other concerns relating to public safety. A motion was made by Honorable Vince James, a second made by Honorable Eugene. So, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? If there is none, we're going to proceed forward to the vote. Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Oh, Lorraine, if you can assist us with the roll call vote, please.
Okay, members of the Law and Order. Members, Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Madam Chair, you have 3 favors in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, which is the chairwoman not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazzie not voting.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the report is hereby accepted. So we'll move forward to item number 6, old business. There is none. Chapter officials, thank you very much for the report. We appreciate that. Item 7, new business. Committee members, I did email Dana Bobrock. Committee members, we can do a consent agenda here at the committee level, but we do need to suspend the rule, the full rules to amend the agenda to add the consent agenda. I will leave it up to the committee members on how they would like to proceed. But we are at new business and we currently have 5 legislations in front of this committee that needs to proceed forward in order to make it onto spring council.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
I would like to suspend the full rule and to have a consent agenda, motion for a consent agenda to have legislation 0040-22, legislation 0055-22, 0065-22, 0071-22, and 0722-22. I think that probably maybe error 22, that's probably 21. But all those legislations into one consent agenda. That's going to be my motion. Send the full rule.
I can't have a motion by Vice Chair Otto to suspend the floor rules to amend the agenda and to consent agenda. Lorraine, can you verify legislation number 02222? Is it 2 or is it 1?
Madam Chair, it's 0072-22.
So it is correct on the agenda.
I made the correction this morning when I was reading the agenda.
Okay, so what is, Vice Chair read, what is the correct reading?
So the number would be legislation number 0072-22.
Okay, so with that, it would be 0040-22, legislation number 0055-22, legislation number 0065-22, legislation number 0071-22, and legislation number 0072-22. The motion has been made, again, to suspend the floor rules and to add a consent agenda with all of the legislation. So with that, committee members, is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second moved by Delegate Vince James. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments before we proceed forward to amend the agenda, to suspend the floor rules, and to add a consent agenda? Not hearing any. Oh, Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
There's one regards to judiciary from Mount Chapter. My judiciary is quite down to.
Hello? Is that, you cut off? There are 5 legislations.
I think 0071 can I need to check that out in the source. It's not a lot of say some stuff on it.
If we take that out, then it won't be heard at spring session.
Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, new business A, B will be forward to Budget and Finance, item A. And then item B, 055-22, will stay with Law and Order. There will be a resolution. And I'm going to see Law and Order, or excuse me, legislation number 0065-22. That will move forward to Budget and Finance, NABI, and Nomination Council. D, 0071-22, E, 0072-22. Those two stays with Law and Order, and that will be a resolution coming from Law and Order Committee. Madam Chair, thank you.
Oh, okay. So Eugene, so you want to remove item D from the consent agenda?
Oh.
Okay, so you have your amendments ready to go. So with that, the motion has been made. So we're going to add item A, B, C, and E as an elephant for the consent agenda. We do have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the Law and Order Committee. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, I'll go.
What do you say? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Madam Chair, with the vote
This
of
is
3 in
Delegate
favor,
James.
0 opposed, and 2 not voting, which includes Madam Chair and Edmund Yazzie not voting. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, the vote 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. We have amended the agenda to include the consent agenda. After the consent agenda, we have legislation number 0071-22 that will be heard. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item 7A, consent agenda, legislation number 0040-22, legislation number 0055-22, legislation number 0065-22, and legislation number 0722-22. I'm sorry, legislation number 0072-22. So with that, committee members, we do have a consent agenda on the agenda. Can I get a motion and a second for the consent agenda?
Oh, maybe so.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
This is Delegate James. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. told me to vote red, but I'll do second.
So you're voting red on this one?
Second motion.
Second.
Delegate
Again,
James.
committee member, second. A motion has been made by Honorable Eugene So for the consent agenda. We do need a second. Last and final call.
Shanale, second. Delegate James here.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, this is a vote on the consent agenda. Lorraine, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Yeah, there's a busy. I vote green.
Wow. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
You guys need to feed your dog.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Madam Chair, with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is the chairwoman, and Edmund Yazzie not voting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the consent agenda hereby passes. Thank you for being on the line, Honorable Rick Naz. Thank you for being on the line, Honorable Wilson Stewart. Thank you for being on the line, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Your agenda or your legislation to move forward. So thank you. We are now at item B on new business legislation number 0071-22. This is a legislation that is sponsored by myself. It is an act relating to the Law and Order Committee approving a budget transfer from the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund of $2,726,729.24 from the Chinle Judicial Public Safety Center project into new business unit for the Division of Public Safety, Department of Corrections to use on a project management service. So with that, Vice Chair Russo, can you take the chair at this time?
Madam Chair, this is Vice Chair So. You want me to take over the gavel on this?
Yes, if you can take the gavel.
Hey, thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, also staff members. With this, can I have staff members read the legislation into the record at this time?
Honorable Vice Chair, the document 0071-22 has been read into the record, but I can read the title into the record right now.
Yes, just for the
Legislation
record,
number
that's the title.
0071-22, an act relating to the Law and Order Committee approving a budget transfer with the judicial branch, Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund of $2,726,729.24 from the Chinle Judicial Public Safety Center Project Business Unit number C01493 into a new business unit for the Division of Public Safety Department of Corrections to use on project management services for its numerous projects at several projects, sponsored by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you very much for reading the legislation to the record.
Let me just go through the exhibit. Madam Chair, or Vice Chair, Exhibit A is a CJA-03-07. Following that is Exhibit B, which is VFD-66-11. Exhibit C is LOCJN-04-17. And then attached to Exhibit A is to LOCJN-04-17 amended agreement. Following that is the Exhibit D, which is a memorandum to Donna McDial, Director, Office of Management and Budget from Dolores Gray Eyes, Department of Corrections, dated March 21st, 2022, request to transfer funds from CO 1493, Exhibit D, and the budget revision request is attached. Going to Exhibit E is the scope of work, project management, and on-call. Exhibit F is the agreement recommending approval of judicial public safety facility construction priorities for fiscal year 2013 and fiscal year 2014 as provided by the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund Management Plan. Exhibit G is a memorandum to Laurie D. Kapahi, Principal Advocate from the Legislative Office of Legislative Counsel, from Robert Woolley, County Manager, Office of the Controller, dated March 14, 2022. Subject is CO 1493 Chinle Multi-Purpose Justice Center. Following that is the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments received. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much.
No.
Come here, Ollie. Legislation has been read into the record. And with that, you guys please get out of the wind or do it earlier. Feed the dog. Please mute your phone. Mute your phone. Or if you can, Lorraine, go ahead and just with that, I'm going to ask for a motion for
Vice Chair, I cannot hear you. It's too much static.
Okay, I'm going to call for a motion, and Eugene So does the motion. I'm going to call for a second motion. Second motion of the legislation, going once.
Second, Delegate James.
Honorable James seconds the motion. With this, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask this before I go to you. Is there any questions to this legislation at this time. We're in what?
Oh.
Right. Okay, Madam Chair, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So just to be clear, this money was originally established to finish 16 projects, 16 different chapters. Those projects have been completed. I know that Delegate Eugene So probably thinks we're taking money from his chapter, but we're not. This money was given to the Division of Public Safety to finish 16 projects, and all 16 projects have been completed. The money does not allow for other projects to be identified, which is why this money now is going to be, who is that not muted? Hang up on them.
Maureen, can you take that person off the line? Thank you. Proceed, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, there is $2,726,729.24 that was actually designated for the Tinley Judicial.
You hear me? Whose burgers underneath this pillow?
Madam Chair.
You're the only one that had a burger.
Who is that? Jonathan. Hamburger or
what is
to clean up, boys need to clean up. Please mute your phone or hang up. Ashore.
Somebody in there with the last number 554.
Proceed, Madam Chair. Proceed, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I put them in the waiting. So with that, this money was originally supposed to be used for the Chinle Judicial Public Safety Center. That center has been completed. It's done. So the leftover money, what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to take that money and to reallocate it for an on-call project manager who would help with project planning that's related to detention, to the different projects. So right now we're talking about facility replacement. This money could be used for this project manager to help assist with the building and the planning of the facility.
Do we need to leave?
Delegate James, your phone needs to be on mute.
Oops, sorry.
Dr. Gray Eyes, are you on the line?
Dr. Gray Eyes, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Vice Chair, I'd like to call upon my agent, Dr. Gray Eyes, who can provide a little bit more information about this legislation. Vice Chair Otto So, if that's okay. Thank you.
You can proceed, Dr. Gray Eyes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Members of the Law and Order Committee, and I want to just say that the monies that we're talking about, like Madam Chair stated, is leftover money that we didn't use at the Chinle Justice Center, where we built the courts, law enforcement investigations, and corrections. And we want to move these funds to help us hire a project manager on call to help us with the planning of facilities like Fort Defiance and some of the other ones that are on the priority list that you have. So because Navajo DOC is not an engineering firm, we have to seek the services of professionals in order to move us forward. And this is what the funds will be used for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Floor back to you.
Thank you. So with that, committee members, that pretty much explains what this legislation is doing. We stand for questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, your presenter. And any questions pertaining to this legislation, committee members?
No, another? Eugene.
Honorable So, you have the floor.
So, it is a year. خلينا نشتغل فوق شنو بتشيل ده هذا بيتون ده المشيتو ده تيجي ده هذا هذا system ده system ده so the law and order the oversight committee what is or is this from another branch هذا أصلا ده the criteria people based in they look at it not on this or yes I feel that as a Senior Chapter Council delegate, I'll be informed of certain issues within Senior that's going on. It is a criteria or not a district and so on yet. They don't have to answer it back. So thank you. That's it.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. To the Honorable Eugene So, this money, it is not Chinle Chapter's money. This money belongs to the Division of Public Safety. There was extra money left over from that Chinle Chapter.
Hi, point of order raised by Honorable So. Honorable So, what is your point of order? Eugene So, you've raised the point of order. I want to ask what your point of order is about.
My point of order is I'm not talking about chapter money. I'm talking about judiciary money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable So, for that. The question will be answered. Madam Chair was in the process of answering the question, so I'm going to proceed with her answering the question pertaining to the question you raised. Thank you. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. As I was stating, this money belongs to the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. The money was only identified as extra money left over from the Chinle Judicial Public Safety Center. So when this idea was presented, it was presented during the time when Delegate Eugene So was on the line. It was presented during a Law and Order Committee meeting, and it was also talked about during a Title 17 meeting. So I'm not really sure why he's saying that he wasn't consulted when this was in discussion for quite some time. This $2 million is left over. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to reallocate it so that we can hire a project manager who can help assist with building these public safety facility buildings. So I hope that answers your question, Honorable Eugene. So again, this is Navajo Nation money, and we're just reallocating it to hire a project manager. Thank you, Vice Chair. I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the response. Committee members, any other questions to the presenter relating to legislation 0071-22? Thank you.
Another?
Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor.
What about some of the was the city on the actually or other as a committee. I think I don't know how percent so that is from about this case odyssey. On it and it's not just what up for the committee as oversight. I said never on the seat on everything has RD a bonus and our career. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Eugene So. I believe that was just a comment for in the future to have more collaboration to that. But Madam Chair, your response is suffice. So I'm going to take that as a comment. Moving forward, committee members, is there any other questions that need to be posed to the sponsor? Not hearing anything. Going once, twice, times. Sherelle, go ahead and move forward with roll call vote.
Vice Chair, I can do the vote.
Proceed with vote.
Armovich James, how do you vote?
Delegation Bridger, I vote green. Delegate James.
Armovich James votes green. Arnold Eugene So, how do you vote? Arnold Eugene So, how do you vote?
voto Schmeier,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. Vice Chair not voting, and Edmund Yazzie not voting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion carries on legislation 0071-22. And with the motion held by Eugene So and second motion by Vince James, and passing a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. With that, this legislation is passes this committee, and I believe looking at the committees that is going through, law and order is the final authority. So with this, Madam Maureen, see if we can get the legislation for signature ready for this, so I can sign off on it when I get to Window Rock. I appreciate everything. Again, we went ahead and finished our business on new business today, item 7. And with that, I'm going to turn the gavel over back to Madam Chair to close out the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, we are at item number 8, close of the meeting. Before I call for a motion and a second to adjourn, I'd like to ask committee members if there are any announcements at this time. Not hearing anything, committee members. I will announce that we do have a Nabik Iatskit meeting scheduled for Thursday and Friday of this week. So make sure that that's on your calendar. And then for tomorrow, we have a meeting at Twin Arrows to discuss the vicious dog legislation. It is going to be taking place teleconference or in person. I will be there in person tomorrow, committee members. I'm sure some of you are already there at Twin Arrows, so I hope to see you all there tomorrow. So with that, that's the only announcement that I have at this time. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn?
Vice Chairman will go ahead and motion. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second made by Honorable Vince James. Lorraine, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
vote okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Madam Chair, with the vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. 1 is Madam Chair not voting and Edmund Yazzie not voting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, we are hereby adjourned at 4:28 p.m. I will see you all tomorrow at Twin Arrows, or I will be hearing your voice on teleconference tomorrow at Twin Arrows. You all be safe. Have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye now.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.